day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all. Just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots and try to blind. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool. He didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been hunted, man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100.
Yo, man, it's a quick little tap in, man. You know what I mean? I tap in, man. I was doing some rounds today. You know what I'm talking about? Y'all can hear that in the background? Make sure y'all see it. I was doing some rounds today, man. I went and built over there Uncle Sonetta today. You know what I mean? Brother Nashir, the enemy's public. Interesting build, man. What we had over there, man. And then I ended my night over there rocking with Bro Sanchez because they was talking about an interesting topic about oh, okay, all right, Milestone. That's what's up. But we was talking about an interesting topic over there, and that's why I chimed in, because they was talking about the gang life and then Nation of Islam, and you know what I mean, and definitely the prison system type stuff. So Bro Sanchez, man, let me up. He let me come up and he let me build. So I don't want to say too much, man. Enots, what's up, fam? I don't want to say too much, man. If y'all ask for the link, I dropped the link, but I'm going to go ahead and do this real quick, and then I'm going to just show the video after that build I just did with Sanchez, man. You know what I mean? And then y'all just throw y'all comments in there, man. You know, I got the build with Brother Nashir too. I'll share that. And then I got the build that I did over there on Sonetta. Not a build, but y'all know how I rock with the Bible and how I rock with the Bible. You got to teach it the right way or don't teach it. Don't take the good shit and not take the bad shit. I'm correcting that shit too. That Bible was used to attack people's spirituality. So, with that being said, it's no sense to keep kicking that shit like it's authentic when you know how the people used it. You know? And what's crazy is that I hear a lot of people say that, oh, they came across here, they didn't know, they forgot their heritage, oh, they forgot their language, they forgot that they was dumbfounded. Well, if they was dumbfounded about the Bible, or dumbfounded about Christianity, or Catholicism, or Islam, I'm gonna tell y'all that they are a lie. Because this continent that they call Africa, this country or whatever they want to call it, I don't care how y'all put it, that area was heavily indoctrinated with Christianity, Catholicism, Kemetism, Hinduism, and Islamism. And if anybody can prove me wrong, not prove me wrong, but if anybody want to build on that, then we can build on that. I'll show what I got, you show what you got. Big facts. I don't want to get into this emotion shit no more. Source up or shut up. Shout out to my dog, Back. My motherfucking brother in arms. My dog. That's my motherfucking G. No fuckery at all in that debate. I lost. But I feel I won, y'all. It ain't about the numbers with me. I feel I won. I feel I beat the shit out of Back. And he'll tell y'all I told him that. That's just me though. I feel I beat. But that right there is what keeps me positive. Too much sensitivity going on. Like, I love it when all that shit was going on in the chat. People was on Back's side. People was on my side. I love that type shit. Y'all got to understand that we are competitive ass people. We are competitive. This is what we do. This is the only way that we feel good about ourselves, dog. Not about feeling good about the next one, about feeling good inside. Not everybody has a way to do something to feel good inside. I like doing debates. I like talking to y'all and bringing this shit out to y'all because it makes me feel good inside. Like when I get with y'all, it's about y'all. Fuck everything else. Once I get off live, then it's about life again. Some people don't know how to separate that shit. Some people, YouTube is their life. I don't knock that. I don't knock nobody for what they doing. And I'm advising everybody else, y'all. That fucking debate was to bring us together closer. Like, look, we can have in-house battles and we come out that motherfucker. Ain't nobody really lose because it's about us. But sometimes it's some outside forces. So let's be for real, y'all. When we go back and we study history, It's not us per se that causes confusions all the time. It's the underlayment of people. And I'm going to say this. Not all the time everybody being harmed when they be saying things. Sometimes it can be a joke. The thing about us is we so quick to get hostile with each other. But boy, we got a sense of tolerance for everybody else. That ain't no American Indian way. That ain't no motherfucking Aboriginal way. And I'm talking about the Aboriginal without the more. I'm talking about the Aboriginals. I'm talking to the people who was here and who know they here, who know they family been here. Fuck all the titles. Throw all them shit away, bruh. You want to address OTK? And say that, man, that nigga OTK is Buchiwa, Buchiwi and fucking Erdogan. He got a little bit of Stono. He got PD in him. That nigga got Kiowa in him. Oh, shit. That nigga got an act. What's your tribe, little nigga? That's why I love that song. What's your tribe, little nigga? Everybody like to run in these 5 civilized tribes, but don't know the research behind that. Not saying there's something wrong with the 5 civilized tribes, but do the research about that. And I want to apologize to everybody who say that, OTK, man, come on, quit saving grace and all that. Listen, it wasn't even supposed to get to that point to where I got to get questioned at. It was a strategic thing that me and Bat did. And it was like, yo, we trying to promote this shit. Like, yo, if we ain't got nobody else to fight, then ain't no sense to argue amongst each other. Let's just go ahead and debate some information, but let's debate a topic. That way nobody can really be wrong, nobody can really be right, but it's about the who prove it. How this shit got turned left, I know how, but really, I truly don't give a fuck. This shit is weirdo to me. This shit supposed to be about the information and about us trying to find common ground. Well, we ain't even need to find no motherfucking common grounds. We already know what the common grounds are. We the first. We are those people that they're talking about that got misnomer. We the ones who do our genealogy and find out who your family is. And when you find out who your family is, just don't stop there. Do something about that motherfucking genealogy. You feel me? I remember when I first came through this motherfucker and started listening to people. Motherfucker, you say, boy, I ain't got no African in me. I got more European in me than anything. Uh-oh. Now, granted, they didn't say black or white. Granted. But let's be for real. When you talking about coming over here and you on the census, white and black can mean status at certain times. You feel me? So I remember when these niggas was saying like, yo, I got more European in me than African. Bitch, I ain't got no African in me. I ain't African. Now, it's like, shit, I ain't even got no European in me now. And if I do, that motherfucker black. He's a black European now. You know what I'm talking about? But I feel that anybody that's out here dropping information, anybody can be critiqued. Anybody should be able to be questioned. It's not the main people. It is some of the main people, but they know who I'm talking about. Dog, I ain't never hear my dog talk bad about any motherfucking body. I put this on my Jesus. And it's been one of the first motherfuckers who I've been reaching out to, him and Bellioso, because they've been here. Hey man, yo, you know this person? Even if they didn't fuck with them, they still ain't say nothing bad. They be like, yo, they got some good info. I just don't deal with them. And you know what? I left that shit at that. I didn't ask no more. Dog, you got your own reasons. And boom, leave it like that. So, because you don't fuck with that person, don't means I can't fuck with that person. Where they do that at? When we all blood. Huh? So now you fuck with mama's side, but you don't fuck with daddy's side. It's all good. I understand that. But now I'm in the middle. I can fuck with mama's side and daddy's side, because shit, I got both of y'all in me. Right? This is how it's supposed to work. And maybe I might can find out how to fucking merge this shit together. Aquemini style. That's how Aquarius shit, the water bearer. I'm an air sign, but I'm a water bearer. Where they do that at? That's when a motherfucker take the moisture out of the air, comprise it together, and turn that bitch into water to make sense about this shit. This is, motherfucker might not understand me when I first say shit. But then I come back around because I play chess. And I play chess on a lot of niggas' boards. And I respect their game. I'm going to tell y'all like that. To each his own. I don't give a fuck about no past transgressions. I'm about the here and now. And I'm telling y'all, the shit that been going on the last couple of days after the debate, it shouldn't have happened. It should have just been a critique about who won, who lost. Oh, Bap, I think you got your ass kicked, and then it's supposed to keep on running. Or OTK, boy, you got your ass kicked, and then it's supposed to keep on running with funds and games. Why is it getting to all this other shit where motherfuckers starting to bring out their personal vendettas? If that's the case, y'all, I really don't care about too much. And if y'all want to take this opportunity to use OTK, the fucking open the knowledge. If y'all want to use me to get all y'all fucking feelings about everybody else in this motherfucking environment, whether they with you or not, get that shit out so we can get past this shit, so we can find out problems. Because these hidden transgressions ain't no different than a motherfucking snake that's waiting in the cut to bite you. They are opportunists, but they are sneaky opportunists. See, I'm an opportunist to where I see an opportunity and it can help me, and not only help me and not hurt the other person, it can help both of us. That's what I do. Now, I know that debate ain't helped. Back already on top-notch motherfucker. It helped me. It was all about helping me get right. Y'all don't understand that. That nigga didn't have to take that debate. And let's be for real. The way that nigga handled that debate, I don't give a fuck whether he only bring out 2 sources or 8 sources. The way that nigga handled that debate was telling me something. Y'all don't understand it. Y'all probably would never understand it. But I understand it. It ain't that he took me lightly or he was trying to play with me. It's the point of a respect level. And like I kept telling y'all, nigga, I feel like he was passing the torch. Even if he didn't pass the torch, I got a hand on that motherfucker now though. And I ain't going nowhere. Until he hand that bitch over fully, I ain't going nowhere. I'm here. And I feel like that brother was building me up to make sure I'm solid. That's how I look at it. Fuck all the ad-lib shit with everybody else. I'm a warrior. I'm built for this shit. I'm a swamp-ass nigga. Matter of fact, ain't no timeline on these type of niggas like me. I'm a fucking alligator. You understand what I'm saying? So, dog, let's beat up people on their fucking info. And this is what I'm asking y'all, my peoples who rock with me. Since I keep hearing motherfuckers say this the new school, these the new niggas. We the new niggas. Alright? We the new niggas, y'all. Since we the new niggas, then we gonna do some new nigga shit. Stick with the info. Forget all the personal stuff. Just stick with the info. It's better that way because you ain't offending that person, because 9 times out of 10, everybody info comes from somebody else, unless you're talking about genealogy. It comes from somebody else, but that's within your blood. Anything else, when we looking at these books or we reading these sources and stuff like that, yo, like, just have respect for them. It's your due diligence to find something to combat it, but let's keep it on the information, y'all, so we can get stronger. Because it's some shit that I be dropping that I know got little holes in it, but I'm dropping it to, if somebody put this on their mind, they might can plug in them gaps. See, I don't teach. I learn what my channel. Now I do teach the American Indian slave trade from South Carolina, but other than that, I'm learning with my channel. I'm bringing things out so we can learn together. That's why I ask, what y'all think? What y'all get out this? That's what you call a peer review. That's what you call cross-referencing. The next motherfucker I debate, I feel for you. Because like I said, I got one hand on that motherfucking torch. Ain't nobody else got to tell me. I know I do. So, since this is the new niggas, this is the new school, and it seems like I'm getting propagated as one of the top researchers. I ain't no scholar. One of the top students of this new school shit, then fuck it, I'ma accept it. And I'ma roll with it. I ain't even lying to you. I kept blowing that shit off, but I ain't blowing this off no more. I'm like motherfucking baby Jesus in this bitch now. I am who you say I am. Good word. Fuck it. So let's stay off the personal shit. I got a problem with that too. I'm working on myself, but I know who I get personal with, the trans Africans. But let's not let this shit what we done fucking been billing over for a year. Y'all don't even know. If y'all niggas wasn't around doing the trans African wars, dog, listen, y'all don't even know. Like, dog, we formed like fucking Voltron doing the trans African. That's why they narrative is dead right now. So another thing too, when y'all see a title with a slash and two names after it, that means they two in the same. So that's why me and Bat came to that conclusion to say American Indian slash or North American Aboriginal slash Indian to show you that they one and the same. Now, do you have abos that's Moors? Yes. I found that out when I did the interview with Bat. I didn't know that. I thought all abos was Moors until he did that interview with me. So 90% of Moors are abos, though. They claim abo. So I ain't got nothing wrong with that. To me, an abo, an American Indian, American abo, because they specifically say where they from. That an American Indian ain't no different than me. That's why we put the title with a slash. But now I see as time going on, you know what I'm talking about? I'm seeing like it's trying to be some division. We didn't do that debate to cause division. We did that debate to bring us together and say, yo, if you got a problem with your other brother over there, then fuck it, dog. Come on, let's get in the ring and let's do it. No, Abel Moore is not an Indian. Yeah, well, hold up, Powhatan. Abel Moore became an Indian. They was classified as an Indian once during a certain time. But no, Abel Moore is not an Indian. No, not unless they had descendants by American Indian or Aboriginal American. What's up, Dots? Dots in there, man. Matter of fact, Wild Savage, you come up, man. We can build milestones, y'all. Boy, I feel like building for a while. It's 1:23. I'm gonna get off about 3, y'all. Oh, matter of fact, matter of fact, I might as well wait. If y'all boys gonna come up, then I'll come up and build for like until like 3 o'clock with y'all boys. But if y'all not, then I'll show the thing with Sanchez. But I just had to get that shit off my chest. That's why me and Bap did. Bap ain't do no fuckery with no title, no none of that. He didn't box me in with no time date. I picked that. After me and him was tripping that night and we pulled up the definition and it said 11 to 12,000. I picked that and say, fuck it, let's roll off of that. But on some real shit, my dogs, wild Indian shit, I didn't go in the fucking debate to win. I went in the debate to put other thoughts in people's mind, to open their motherfucking minds from all the shit that they've been stuck into, so closed-minded. Not, and the shit that back them is kicking is fucking, I don't got no problem with it. But in order to build on that and then take it to the next level, we got to be able to have an understanding. And somebody got to put something on us to make us think. So I felt like, fuck it. With this topic right here, ain't no feelings involved. This is a universal topic. Fuck it. me and him was on the phone listening to half of y'all vent and trip. We was on the phone like, yo, bad boy, this shit spark off. He was like, shit, I told you. I was like, yeah, I already know. But see, we was laughing because it was supposed to, you know what I mean, spark other conversations. It wasn't supposed to start no fucking ruckus. And I'm talking about ruckus as far as going on the personal level. It's supposed to start a war on the information level. Oh yeah, it's war. It's war on the information level now. Yeah, definitely. Oh, no holds barred. No holds barred. We can go in on the information level. Everything can get critiqued. It's the way you do it, but everything can get critiqued. It's war now. It's all open. And I guarantee y'all at the end of this shit, those who are suspect will fall off by the wayside, and those who are solid will be the beginning of a something that's stronger than we could ever think about. You feel me? Yeah. Hey, Wild Savage, come on up real quick, Wild Savage. I don't understand that. V-Note, I ain't hear from you in a while, man. Hope all is well with you, V-Note. You know what I mean? Y'all boys come up real quick, man. I'll build with y'all real quick, man. Let's build real quick. Milestone said he can't come up tonight or whatever like that. But yeah, man, come on, man. Y'all boys come on up, man. You know what I mean? Anybody come up, man. I got like an hour and a half. Hey, Latrice, you been stalking me tonight, innit? Hey, twin, what's going on? You feel me? Let me do this real quick, man, whilst I got this break. I'm sorry for talking a hole in y'all head. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But I ain't sorry. I apologize. For real, man. But I just had to say that, man, because I sat back and just watched like, fuck, what the fuck is going on? Like, this is wow. This is wow. But let me do this real quick, man. I got my brothers, them boys, them coming in here. You know what I mean? I got my dog V-Note. I ain't talking to my dog in a while. He in the back, man. But let me do this real quick, y'all. You know what I'm talking about?
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always. Keep it thousand, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always. Keep it thousand, slow mo.
Yeah, man. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody in the fucking community, in this environment, man, that showed me love, man, and still showing me love. Like on some real nigga shit. I don't deal with beliefs. And see, some niggas got a problem. Oh shit. Hold up. Anyway, leave me alone with you. Nah, Milestone. That ain't no guy with the big rule. That's twin. That's Sharice's twin. Latrice is Sharice's twin, man. That's why she fucking with me like that, man. Milestone. Nah, that ain't big rule. Milestone, you dumb as shit. Vitoed up here, man. But listen, man. Go ahead. I don't forget what I'm about to say. Y'all done throw me off. Man, Vito, what's up, man? Peace and love to you, man. I hope all is well, man.
Well, what's up to the winner, man? I heard you 3-0 them, man.
I'm saying I'll give everybody their chance to vote on it when he give me access to show it. You understand what I'm saying? People that didn't watch it, I really don't want them to give their honest. They can't really give me no honest input because they didn't watch it. So they going off of what people say.
Nah, I mean, to me, man, it's just common sense with me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't even know how you can even get around the hunt and gather thing. So, yeah, that was automatic for me off top.
Right. But see, the way that you can get around it is because it's no different than the narrative that was beating our head about the transatlantic slave trade. Everybody who looked like us in America came from South Carolina, probably came. If you got any family, matter of fact, this is the narrative. If you got any family that traced back to South Carolina, then 9 times out of 10, you came from the transatlantic slave trade. That was the narrative, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. When I came in and killed that fucking narrative, and then my brothers and my sisters, them in arms came in with the records and the numbers to back me up. Man, dog, that shit killed that. Do you hear anybody talking about South Carolina anymore, bro?
Nah, I mean, shit, you know, nigga like me never really thought that anyway. You know, my people,
Right.
You know, I got cousins with the last name Carolina out here.
Yeah, but
you know
that was the transatlantic slave narrative. That was the last thing they had to hold on to, bro, was South Carolina, Charleston, Slateport. Remember now, this is where the most so-called Africans came in at.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I know you've been holding it down out there in South Carolina.
Just
That's
like
why I fuck with you, because you push it, because you push the strong line for the Black Indians.
Right, just like you've been holding it down in your area. Just like Wild Savage holding it down in his area. My sister Sharice holding it down in her area. That's what it's all about. Lock down your fucking area. You ain't got it. You can get universal knowledge about all over, but first you got to know where the fuck you come from before you start kicking somebody else's story. You know what I'm talking about? That makes sense?
That's a fact. That's why I don't, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm second guessing a lot of what them niggas are saying, you know what I'm saying? Because niggas really don't be showing nothing, you know what I'm saying? Niggas be trying to go back too far for me, but you know, everybody got their own little way how they get down, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is.
Right. Yeah, let me tell you like this, bro. I if you notice me, bro, I don't never really speak in absolute form or definite form unless I really know that shit is true and I know that that's what's happening, because I done try to find a different narrative to that story, but it ain't none. You feel me?
So how was they saying you lost though?
So the debate total was back 54, me 46. So that's like 3 to 5 votes that I lost by. Let me tell you what I did
No, as far as like,
Yeah, I'm about to tell you what the
how did
fuck.
he win?
I'm gonna tell you how the fuck I lost. I lost, to me, those couple of points. I lost because my dumb ass been done so deep in doing the research and so getting it together and preparing for this shit. I didn't cite none of my fucking sources, bro. That shit made me look fucked up.
You didn't cite no sources. What do you cite?
Man, I didn't cite none of my sources. He cited the American Indian dictionary. He cited like 5 different things, man, but you know what I mean? He did that, and then he kept hitting on that. Like, remind you now, he didn't show nothing. He didn't show no source from where he getting this information from. I was like, fuck.
Oh, you say he didn't show no source.
Yeah, no, he did. I didn't. And if I would have shown some sources, bro, that bitch could have gone 50-50 or better. You know what I'm saying? It would have been more than 46 if I would have cited my sources.
So what was you coming with for you to get 46 votes if you didn't even show no source?
Information, bro. Changing the narrative. Remember, the debate topic were American Indians or Aboriginals, same thing from our point of view, was American Aboriginals / Indians, hunters and gatherers before 11,000 years ago. So now some of the voters are confused because they ain't pay attention to the before. So anytime I say before 11,000 years ago, I'm talking about 9,000 BC and before that.
Niggas is saying that niggas was over here civilized in the BC era. Is that what niggas are saying?
That's why I took the debate, because he said that we was highly civilized. So I was like, fuck, you highly civilized.
How you lose that though?
After Younger Dryas era, how the fuck you highly civilized?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see. How you even lost it? That don't even make sense.
Because my brother was good at what he do.
What did he bring? That's right. What did he show? What civilization was here in the BC 9,000 years ago that was formed?
Listen, we got to remember a debate. A debate is one off of the crowd in this type of form. So not all that you can present has to be true. It's just the way that you present it. And dog, let me tell you, his sources might not have been there like that, like mine, but his presentation was surgical. He made it seem like I was making us look like we was Native Americans and we didn't know shit. And boy, that shit, I don't give a fuck.
Didn't know what? As far as didn't know what? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even understand what happened.
Every source that he brought up, dog, I combated that shit. And that's why, you know what I mean? That's why I say I learned a lot from that.
I'm saying, how is niggas saying that it was civilization over here in the BC time, and so-called when the Euros came over here, they went buck wild because niggas weren't making money off the land like they thought they could make money off the land.
So the thing is, though, right? I believe that it could have been high civilizations during that time or whatever. I'm just saying you can't have these shit without hunter-gatherers. He said, no, we ain't never been hunter-gatherers.
Man, that don't even make sense, man.
That's why I took the debate, bro. And the way that he made the people feel, man, that shit was surgical. That shit was surgical. Okay. And then you know what somebody came and told me?
You talk about the way that he made them feel?
Yeah, the way that he swayed the crowd. So what I'm telling you is a nigga came up and
crazy
yo,
as hell, man.
It's not about your information. It's your debate style. I started to say something like, nigga, man, fuck you. But you know what? I bit my tongue and I said, you know what? I'm going to work on that. Thank you for that advice. I got you. I got you. Everything good, but it wasn't no fuckery, no buffoonery, no none of that involved. My back says, no, none of that involved. I picked the title, I picked the date, I picked all of that. I lost.
I don't even see how you can even lose there for the fact that what documentation niggas got before 1492 over here?
Man, he did bring up something about trousers.
Man, some trousers, man, for real?
Yeah, in order to
Nigga
have
got points off trousers.
Yeah, in order to have trousers, you gotta be
Man.
fully civilized. And then
So niggas was over here wearing trousers.
And he brought up a coin from 200,000 years ago.
Man,
he also brought up
crazy.
Matter of fact, he didn't bring up these things. He brought sources. He had sources to back these things up. What he was saying.
That's all niggas gotta do to win.
No, it's not about that.
Niggas gotta come with a couple pictures and get a nigga's feelings.
Oh no. At least a nigga could have looked at his shit and be like, you know what? I can research this shit right now. A motherfucker was looking at my shit and being like, yo, where the fuck OTK get this shit from?
Researching trousers?
Yeah, he brought up trousers. In other words, he was saying,
what about trousers?
I'm about to let you know.
What about trousers was so cold?
See, when you first hear that shit, you think like, what the fuck? But the way that he made it, the way that he orchestrated it, it was slicker than worm sperm. Yeah, that nigga was slicker than worm sperm. The way that he did it to a way that.
Hold on, man. Time out, man. So you saying so you telling me that you believe that he got you? He did the thing to make you believe that niggas was wearing trousers back in 9K BC.
No, that's the thing. It didn't have the date on that shit was older. He couldn't show me nothing that old.
Oh, the date on it is what date is it?
I took the dating system away from him, Vino, when I brought up the oldest city in America.
Now he asked you,
OTK. I'm about to tell you, this is how he got me. The motherfucker used wordplay. He's surgical with his wordplay. And
man, I ain't.
Vino, hold on.
It sounds crazy.
Yeah, I know it sounds crazy. That's why I said I really don't want nobody opinions about how I lost until you watch the debate. And then you will see how I lost. You will say, OTK, you fucked that up.
You can't even lose because it's common sense. That's like almost saying like what he's saying is a far reach, and you run off of far reach.
When anybody hear hunter gatherers, though, they think of nomadic people, and they think of people that don't have no permanent.
So what he's saying that niggas was over here was wizards?
Hold up, bro. Hold up.
He said that we was always ancient, that we were never primitive people, that we always had a civilized society.
The ancient people are hunters and gatherers. What niggas talking about, man?
Not almost always ancient, but always civilized. That's the key. That we were never primitive people is the gist that I got from.
God, that's crazy.
And that we were not hunter gatherers. I think people relate that to Native Americans or some other shit. You know,
nomadic people that's behind.
But to me, that's how it was coming off, as if y'all think we were primitive people. We were never primitive people, you know, that kind of thing. And so, and that's sort of, yeah.
My mic all right, sis?
No, you might good. I just kind of wanted to chime in. I apologize.
You can go ahead. Go ahead. I was just making
sure. I apologize, OTK, because I mean, to me, you know, like I criticized the debate a couple days ago.
Apologizing for?
No, I'm just saying because I criticized the debate a couple days ago. You know what I'm saying? And I felt like
that's everybody's opinion. Ain't you pay your money?
My opinion was my opinion. You know, I felt like the overall
debate structure should be your money to hear the debate. Didn't you pay your money to get a ticket?
Hey, debates need to be fixed. Like that's it. Debate structure should be fixed. Are we coming with PowerPoints? Are we coming with, are we going to just get a book and are we
Oh, no, that wouldn't stipulate it. That wouldn't stipulate it.
That's what I am saying. OTK. Don't talk around. Listen to me. This is what I.
Where you at, Latrice? I need your help right now. She needed
No, she know I'm right.
She needed you yesterday. I need you now, Latrice. Twin work. I need your help.
No, because we got to start walking around and dancing around shit. That's the problem. Like, if we're gonna have debates,
I'm coming.
Where? Oh my God, you'll get her coming out this room.
Yeah, I'm coming out the room.
She's telling me I'm coming, baby. I know it. I know it. Everything good. All right.
No, what I'm saying is, and like, and I feel like I made it clear that when we're talking about debating, there should be a level of structure to it. Yes, you can have your own style or whatever that looks like, but it does need to be some type of level of respect when it comes down to how the research is being done, how the research is being presented, and making sure that you are presenting your point, which is that there were no hunter-gatherers before 12,000 years ago. And we have to, and to me, in my personal opinion only, that wasn't proven.
No, that's
it definitely wasn't proven. So let me ask you this real quick. So you felt, let me ask you that, and I want to ask you this serious. Do you feel that Cuzzo Bap shortchanged me by not putting a PowerPoint together after the work I put in? That's how you feeling right now? Like he didn't give a fuck about it? Like he just, you know what I mean? Like,
a little bit, but
up to the standards of the debate.
Hold on, how you come with a PowerPoint but you didn't have no sources though?
Hold on, Vino. I'm gonna get to you. I want to stay right here with this conversation, man. We haven't, you know what I mean? Sis, I'm asking your opinion, your critique right now. Do you feel that I was shortchanged that back? You was expecting more from him? Is that what you're saying right now? Like he should have had a PowerPoint together too?
I mean, in my personal opinion, yeah.
Okay.
Like I'm not saying
that is not the debate though. But that's why that's shaking.
I know it's not the debate. That's why I'm saying.
Right. On one end, right out the other, sis. I understand where you're coming from, but it wasn't no rule set for that. Now,
that's what I'm talking about. You keep riding over what I said in the very beginning, is that when debates are being had, structure should be set, rules should be set for what that looks like. Yeah, that's it.
But it's
going to be, you can show whatever you want, or it could be, like, I mean, at the end of the day, I need to know that your point is being proven. Right. And I'm not sure if that was presented. Mm-hmm.
But that's what I'm saying. Voters, sis, that's up to the voters to pay attention to what's being presented. That's not the presenter's fault. You see what I'm saying? That's up to the voters who at the end of the day got the overall decision on whether who win or not. It's not the debaters. It's not us. It's not the presentators, baby.
Hey, you can say whatever you want, OTK. I don't agree with none of that shit you saying right now, because what I feel is that standards need to be set.
It ain't been happening like that, is what I'm telling you.
And on your end, you should have had a reference page at the end of your shit. And on his end, it should have been what? And on his end, it should have been, a more structured way of him proving his points. Because that's all I'm saying, bro. I'm not dissing nobody. I'm just telling the truth as a college student, as a master's student, where there is no way that I would be able to present a PowerPoint that don't have sources, or I won't be able to present sources that proves my point.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Ever. Mm-hmm. I would get an F. Yeah. It don't work that way.
Plagiarism.
Oh, plagiarism, right.
Yeah.
And then it's like, what do you do?
Where you get that from?
So
In
it's like,
actuality,
plagiarism,
I'm
OTK.
glad y'all brought that word up. In actuality,
It could look like that.
Hold on, sis. In actuality, I'm the one who did all the plagiarism because I ain't cite none of my sources. Whoa! Stop! Let's keep it professional. I'm the one.
I had it off mute. You weren't supposed to hear her.
Source up none of my shit. So really, I was speaking on the plagiarism side because I ain't source up none of my shit. That was my fault. That's why I lost the debate. I'm owning up to that. Other than that, dog, I beat the shit out of back. That's how I feel. I beat the shit out of back. But because that one little hiccup that I didn't do, I feel like that's why.
Man, for real, you really gonna take the L because of that?
Yeah, bro. The numbers speak.
Man, come on,
I said,
man.
come on.
That's
You know, I
crazy.
said the same thing, but I ain't got nothing to say. That's how he feel.
Dog, listen. I'm an athlete. I'm a fucking competitor. Ain't nothing wrong with losing. I just get better.
I'm saying, if you said that he didn't even cover no sources, but you came with a whole PowerPoint, and because you didn't
Now he had a. If I'm not mistaken, was it some type of not bad. OTK.
Like I won in more.
OTK, wasn't it an American Indian book or something he had, or some type of what was it, a book, American Indian Encyclopedia? Was it something like that, or a dictionary or something? I mean, I'm just trying to make sure.
Yeah, that's what he sourced up, the American Indian Encyclopedia.
That's what he sourced up, and that was, I think, from my understanding, that was the only source.
But
no, it was like 5 or 6.
And he went down and he showed,
it was like 5 or 6. Yeah, it was like 5 or 6 sources.
Okay, well, I gotta relook at it there because I mean I don't remember any other source from outside of that particular.
Yeah, it was more.
If it was more, that's cool. But
it was more than that.
That's the only book I remember hearing him speak on, or the antiquity book, or some other little stuff. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's all good.
Check this out. Now, do you supposed to get points deducted for your presentation? Yes, because I remember a debate where Lucky was debating off his phone, and the dude who I first debated off his phone, and they got deducted points. Now, points get deducted. You understand what I'm saying? So, yes, I totally agree that your appearance, your presentation,
same level. It should be on the same level, though. This is scholarship we speaking on. You know what I'm saying? And it should never be a point.
Wanted to get that shit to me. Seriously,
he did a good job. He did a good job. But I'm just
he didn't want to tell the Apple community that. Like OTK is the shit, y'all. Oh, no. y'all niggas on OTK level, like for real. And
y'all both did good. I just think
that's what I seriously think Bat was doing.
Could have been stepped up.
I ain't never seen Bat just come into no. That ain't no different than what the fuck Bat do when we any other day. For real, to me.
On both ends, you should have had your
take personal like that. I take it like this and say, man.
Anybody that come into a debate arena should come with their stuff laid out right. It shouldn't be like that. That's my opinion, though.
Your opinion right now is overwhelming. Get out of that now, because I'm telling you my opinion, and I'm telling you what.
How is it overwhelming for you?
Because, all right, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
No, how is my opinion overwhelming you, though, bro? Then he gonna go off the stage. I ain't got OTK. See, that's why I'm going back to
hit that shit. Damn, I ain't mean to hit the fucking remove button.
Every time we talk about the debate,
I was trying to hit the mute button because I said go ahead so I could listen to you.
I'm just saying in general with anybody, it don't just go for BAP or nobody, it go for anybody. And yes, it's okay to show articles, it's okay to show books and things like that, but when we're talking about an overall presentation, it takes a lot of research. It takes a lot of energy to do PowerPoints. It takes a lot of energy to do research, period. And you know what I'm saying? That should be put out there. We want to see your research. We want to see you prove your point in the best way. That's it.
Sis, am I one of the most unbiased people that you know?
Well, shut your bitch ass up. Stop coming over here. All you gonna do is shake your chili and skirt, bitch.
Hey, listen, sis, stop. You see how you get sidetracked? Stop. Me and you talking right now. Focus in on your goddamn brother right now, sis. All right?
Always shaking his ass for a nigga.
Y'all ain't gotta ban him, yo. Y'all ain't gotta ban him.
My sister, so yeah.
I know,
shaking his ass.
You love your sister.
That's right.
You want your sister.
Nah, always shaking his ass, worried about it.
You remember back when you was younger, Latrice, a motherfucker pull your hair, pull that girl hair, and then run off. That's what Wolf doing this to Reese.
I'm tired of his ass out.
I'm telling you, see how your sister smiling right now?
Hey, yeah.
I thank you. That's that Aquarius shit.
Ass. Every time I'm talking, he want to come in here and got an opinion. We
Like
your presentation other than them pays, nigga.
I don't think Wolf mean no harm. Like on some real shit, I don't think Wolf mean no harm. I think
he do. He's a troll.
Oh, he wants you.
No, he don't. He's a troll. He's a bitch ass nigga, and I would never want a man like that ever in life. Never. Worried about me. Boy, I can't overwhelm a nigga I ain't never been around or a nigga that ain't never done nothing for me. Then y'all getting mad at somebody's opinion. Go fucking waggle your dick somewhere else.
Stop it.
Stop sticking your ass in the chin skirt.
Can you please stop? Can you please stop?
Stop piping for these niggas, OTK. Stop doing that. You're better than that.
No, you need to stop.
Stop caping for bullshit.
Nah, you need to stop.
To come up. I don't need to stop. Tell him to stop. You allowing him to come over here and talk shit every fucking time. Then I'm on a pattern. You bringing him up here. That's just disrespectful, OTK. When you know I don't like him, it don't matter what you think he doing. I don't like him. That's it. And you supposed to respect for me as your sister and stop acknowledging his.
I'm letting you know off the jump when I'm telling you I think it's flirting. I'm getting mixed emotion because when you say, yo, hold up, your last live, you was like, yo, I know y'all got contacts with Wolf. Y'all go tell Wolf to bring that chin here. Then when he get up here, you started laughing and joking with him. Like, I ain't playing with you, boy. What the fuck is
wasn't playing with him.
Let me tell you something. I'm one of them brothers where you don't call me until you know for sure that's what the fuck you want to do. I ain't one of them brothers you call to come and do something to motherfucker and then y'all still lay up later. I've been through this type shit, sis.
Now he shake his ass in a short chin skirt. I'm not having it.
I bet.
I don't fuck with him. It's cool. I will never fuck with him. I don't care if it's I don't care. I would never fuck with him. And that's what it is. I don't look at it as no joke because it's not no joke to me. He's disrespecting my looks, disrespecting my information, disrespecting me as a woman. I will never. OTK, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry to you, but I will never. I don't fuck with cuz. I'm sorry.
You never have to apologize to me. One thing you have to understand is
I will get one of my fucking cousins to beat him. That's how serious it is.
I got an opinion, baby. That's all. And I respect your opinion. And what you said just now, like by me letting him up here after what he did to you and all this right here, you feel like that's a form of disrespect? You don't got to worry about me doing that no more.
You can bring him up on your panel.
No, you don't have to worry about that no more. Because I'm not trying to be in the middle of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be. I rock with you, sis.
Every time somebody get up on the panel, you ain't in the chat the whole time. As soon as I get on the panel, you in the chat.
I rock with you. It's all good. I didn't know how to take this shit after the last time you was talking shit to him and y'all started laughing when he came up.
I told him to bring that chin here because I was joking. But he started taking it serious. Fuck him. Fuck him.
When he's in the back.
You taking it serious with and leave him there. You taking it serious with me as a woman But when all these other niggas firing your chin up, yeah, you cool. You know what I'm saying? But you got all this smoke for me as a woman. No, I don't fuck because I don't want to be in the same fucking presence because it will always be that way. Internet or not, it will always be that way for me. So it will just always be that way for me. Like some of these motherfuckers, it is what it is. I gotta leave them where they at. It'll never be nothing.
Listen,
I don't know why you trying to come up here. Go away. I don't care to talk to you.
You know why he coming up? You know why he coming up here? Anytime, since you know a motherfucker get talked about like how you talk about him and still try to come up.
How do I talk about him?
Hold up.
He just literally came in the fucking chat and made a comment directed towards me. Because so I'm talking about him, or is he fucking worried about me? Which one is it?
Listen, because he knew it would catch your attention. And what did you do? Jump on that fucking bandwagon rather than paying attention.
This bitch ass need to go on somewhere for real.
Why is you still worried about that?
Because I don't fuck with him.
All right then, we'll leave that shit alone. Why are you still talking about it?
That's why.
Because
I am, just like he can fucking do.
That's why he keep fucking with you then. And I'm telling you that from a nigga point.
I don't give a fuck. Don't no man do no shit like that. That's not man time. What are you saying?
A nigga that wants you will do that.
That's not man time. That's bitch
how
shit.
The fuck you know how a man think? You not a man.
You're a fucking father. No, that's how I know.
Your father is not you.
My father's a man. That's the difference.
All right.
What's wrong with you, OTK?
I don't know what's wrong with me. You right. What the fuck wrong with OTK now? Your motherfucking head bad, dog. Get your shit together.
Man, my shit is together.
I can't tell right now.
I ain't like you, OTK.
I love you. No, I love you. I love you. You don't fucking love me. I love you.
How I don't love you? Nah, I'm not tolerating that. He was way too disrespectful from the beginning. No. I don't know why you left over here arguing with me about another nigga. Clearly disrespectful. Tell him stop disrespecting me. That's what you're supposed to do as a man. Not keep sitting over there talking about do he like me and all. None of that matters. He disrespectful. That's the point. The fuck? And every time he come disrespectful, I'm gonna come back for his ass. He think he a wolf, bitch. You'd have met a bigger wolf. Fuck wrong with y'all. So anyway, V-Note.
Hey, so you had him winning?
Hell yeah. And if the only thing that's being held against him is not showing a couple sources, he could provide that. Easily. That's not a problem. He forgot a reference page. Okay. So what? He could provide that. That shouldn't be a complete loss. But he didn't lose by that much. And that's how I see it. And he want to keep, saying all this and all that. Like, I don't agree with none of that. Just be real about what the shit was. Like you was somewhere, you know what I'm saying, where there's a home court advantage. And that's what it is. And to act like the chat or people who vote and always play fair, they don't. They don't. People vote for who the fuck they like. Period. And that's just where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? I ain't about to that's why I ain't want to come up in the first place. Because every time I come up here, he conveniently pop up in the chat. Your ass had all this time to be in the chat. As soon as I pop up on the panel, you want to fucking pull up. No, I'm not having none of that shit. I don't give a fuck. I know how a man supposed to operate because I got a fucking father who do it and I see him do it on a regular basis. Be a man. My father don't exhibit no bitch shit ever. Let alone arguing and trolling a woman. My father would never do such a thing. Never. That's how I know how a man operates. Fuck you talking about? No. But in terms of the debate, like I was saying, V-Note, that yes, there should be a proper structure to debate. Period. It shouldn't be just present your information. We on the internet. It need to be something really structured, well thought out, and well presented. That's it. And niggas keep getting mad at me for saying that. Like I said, the half truths is beyond me. And I'm not there. I'm not there. Okay. I don't do no half truth bullshit. I'm gonna keep it real, or it ain't gonna be nothing.
You going off about that guy?
No, I'm not going off about that guy.
Well, you're right. You're not wrong.
Fuck him. But I said what I said on that shit.
You logged out?
No, I'm right here. I don't know what OTK asked when he probably mad at me. Man, it'll be all right. But it is what it is. It's how I think about the shit. And every time I'm speaking on how I think about the shit, it's like I'm being told not to think that way about it. No, y'all not professional then. Y'all don't understand what it means to be scholarly or present scholarship. I wrote many of research papers, done many of those things. Had to do many of PowerPoints, all of that.
Yeah.
So anybody about to sit up here and act like, oh, I don't have credibility to speak on how a debate should go.
Yeah.
I was on a debate team in high school and the resolution still wasn't clear.
But that's the whole point of debate, to present each side.
But I don't feel like each side was presented, Latrice.
Yeah, I understand that. But it'll never be like a concrete winner or a concrete resolution to it, right? It's always one side and another.
Yeah, but I don't feel like that was presented properly.
And you know what? Sometimes shit not gonna be presented properly.
I'm over it. Like, I'm tired of people trying to come at me. So now I feel like you coming at me too.
Sharice, you're right. You're not wrong first of all, for expressing how you feel. You did a good job. First of all, let's start there. I'm on your side. Let's be very clear, okay? Because you're talking to me here. I'm on your side.
Okay.
He's just in his feelings. He'll be all right. You're not wrong for expressing how you feel.
I'm over it. That's why I said.
You know what it is, though? You know what it is?
You want me to mute? Because
yeah, you can mute. You know what it is?
Hey, peace, everyone. And I know Sharice is talking in the background. Peace, strictly ghetto engine. That's B Note, right? Are you even here?
Yeah, what it do?
Peace, B Note.
Yeah, me personally, man, I had OTK winning straight from the title because it don't even make sense to even leave that afterwards. That's what I was trying to see, what the niggas even showed us to show that he was even popping like that over here. Even that long ago, like what is nigga showing, you know what I'm saying? I thought it was uh open and shut case, straight up.
All right. Of the debate, were you there for the whole debate?
Nah, I ain't watching the debate, but I was just going off just the title.
Just the title alone.
Yeah, you can't even get past it. You can't get past that until, like, in my eyes, I could be wrong. I mean, shit, I'm just a regular nigga. But in my eyes, from how I look at it, if the shit was popping like that, the way that they say it was popping like that over here, then them niggas wouldn't have been able to get off them boats and do whatever the fuck them niggas was doing if niggas was already on that type of time. So
yeah, well, people, I mean, people just didn't let them just get on the boats and be on that type of time. The Seminole history and stuff like that. But it's just, I think when it comes to just what people preconceive, and they have their preconceived idea of it. That's why I was kind of shocked it went, and I do think it went well for OTK, because I told him from the beginning I didn't think it was going to go well. I didn't think he was going to even get close with the votes. I don't care what anyone thinks that there was conspiracies or anything like that, but I was just like, yeah, I don't know why you're doing it. You're not going to win, because I knew like there's going to be preconceived notions and you're not going to be able to combat that. But I thought it was a win for him to be able to really combat that in some people's mind and get them to open up to different ideas. Because usually when people are just set in their ways of this is how history went, you're not going to be able to convince them of anything else.
Right. Yeah. Just like I say, I'm setting my ways until somebody proves me different. But that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to see some evidence and some that I ain't seen yet that can, basically sway me over. And that's why I was like, damn, what did a nigga present to, what I'm saying, to push the narrative that these certain people wasn't hunters and gatherers ever, that they was just super popping and always had the knowledge it was just touch and never did no exercises and never went through no examples or nothing, just automatically master. And yeah, it was just, they was just more advanced. And I don't see it, but, I could be wrong.
Right. I get what you're saying. And I know I think people felt like some people weren't giving Bap his props or anything, but I feel like Bap went to sleep too early when after he won the debate, because if he didn't just go straight to bed and actually came to his after party, he would see that everybody congratulated him. Everybody said congrats Bap for the win, but he went to bed immediately and he let two other people take over his after party, which I don't know what you got going on. Of course, like you could be busy, you could be like having some other things going on and stuff like that. But then it's easy to change the narrative from other people because people are like, okay, now it's OTK's show and people are going to congratulate OTK on his show, just like people congratulated BAP on his show, but he just didn't show up to see those congratulations. But everybody congratulated him when he was in bed at his after party. Cherie, sis, are you there?
I'm here, sis. Peace to you, baby. Dulcie, can you hear me? Dulcie.
Hey, yeah, I hear you. Hey, Cherise. Hey, Latrice. I have both sisters.
What's up, bro? Yeah, we hugging together tonight, okay?
I hear. Got the twin, Wonder Twin power activate.
I'm trying to real quick.
What did you have winning, Dulcie?
Presents.
I mean, I was team OTK from the jump. I mean, I have my beliefs on it as well, but I was open to like hearing both sides, but I did have the opinion kind of that OTK had of it, of being like, I needed him to prove to me that that they were never hunters and gatherers, and there was never a developmental stage needed because they always had this advanced society. And he kind of focused more so of being like, oh, they had trousers. Well, to me, you having trousers doesn't mean that it's not a hunter-gatherer society. Like, I don't have this preconceived notion that hunter-gatherer society means caveman. I've actually studied of hunter-gatherer societies, so I understand it's their own formulated system. So if you're saying that they were advanced from a hunter-gatherer society, I wanted to see the advanced society and not necessarily just knocking down what you think the preconceived notions is. And that's where he fell short for me. He didn't give me an advanced society. He just was like, oh, they wear clothes, they have buildings or whatever, all this other stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's not saying that before the buildings they were hunter-gatherers. So still, and I end up being confused at the after party. I know there's a conspiracy that I was putting my voodoo on people. I have Louisiana in my genealogy. Sorry if I put voodoo. I was tricking people, but like, I was confused at the after party myself because A1 specifically said, I don't think AP would ever say that we were never hunters and gatherers, just not in the time period that's on here. And I was like, well, I thought that was his argument, that we were never hunters and gatherers, because my thing has never been like, there's not an advanced society further back. Pyramids show that there's an advanced society. But to say that they're never hunter and gatherers, like it still took a process to build the pyramids. So that was just my confusion. But then Chief Holiday said the same thing. Like, yes, a long time ago there could have been a hunter-gatherer society, but it wouldn't be like the Native Americans. So it was just confusing. Like, have Aboriginals and American Indians ever been hunter-gatherers, or have they not? It seems like they're even confused on their stance on it. So I left not knowing what BAP is saying. I think I know what BAP is saying now. I think he's still saying that American Indians, Aboriginals were never hunter-gatherers, but I don't know. Based on all the people that were on the panel, it was very confusing. The only one I could say that put like a definitive stance that they believe that they were never hunter gatherers and stuff is Smoke Signal and Sister Bethy.
Yeah. And I think that is the confusion that lies in the motherfucking realm of uncertainty, if you will, right? And I think that's my biggest thing. And I'm like, well, what the fuck is going on here? Because like this particular debate or these particular topics should not divide anyone. So can you not have your own mindset? Can you not think a certain way? You only got to think one way. You only have to have one echo chamber way of thinking. I don't understand that. And I totally agree with you, Dawson. We have to start from somewhere. We have to. You have to start somewhere to get to somewhere. And no, you don't come out the pussy building castles and building pyramids. No. That's not how that went on. We weren't there 12,000 years ago. But we all know that a hunter-gatherer society is something that existed. It's something that was needed, something that took place.
And that's another thing I think. And honestly, if he had shown me the advanced society, I could even go along with opening, but I feel like he didn't show me an advanced society. But how BAP really would have won to me is if he gave me a beginning stage that's not hunter-gatherer. I get it. You have this preconceived notion of what hunter-gatherers are, and you're saying that that's the wrong terminology or anything else. And I get it, because I've had debates like this where I'm like, F science, it's not this. It's not the way they're telling us that it happened. But I felt like I had to present another idea for it to be like, hey, I'm combating this idea, and this is another theory, but this is another theory that is plausible of what would have been that stage. And I wanted that from BAP. Me personally, I'm not saying everybody, but me personally, I wanted to see, okay, if you're saying that it's not hunter-gatherers, American Indians and Aboriginals never had that sort of society, give me the society they had before they were advanced. And I don't feel like he ever showed that. Like, what would be the beginning stage to an advanced society?
He can't produce that society here in America that was advanced. This is why he didn't offer that.
And Robert Lee, that's how I felt about it. That's how I felt about it too. That he could, if you're taking away hunter-gatherer, there is nothing else that you can put in. So I get the whole that there's other stuff put in on it. That's why I even asked him in the pre-debate. I was like, hey, is going from an embryo to a human being evolution? And he was like, that's more metamorphosis to me. And I'm like, but metamorphosis is evolution. To me, there's a lot of things that it comes with science. And even science itself says it is a combination of facts and theories. The phenomenon itself is a fact. And then there's theories attached to the fact. So I can take hunter and gatherer and see the facts of hunter and gatherers and not have to take any of the theories along with it. And that's how I view science. So I think that's where my bias maybe comes in as far as with BAP's position on it, because I'm like, okay, there's some things in this direction that are facts, and you can't throw away the facts. So what are you doing with those facts? And I never got what he's doing with the facts.
The only facts that you can go to, it's gonna prove the Native American story. And see, BAP and most people in the community, in y'all community, don't want to be the Native Americans, don't want to be related to them. Y'all say they came from somewhere else, and that's where the confusion coming in. See, OTK was proving the Native American story, even though he say they ain't real and stuff. But that's the story. That's the only way to show that people existed here in America. You got to use their story.
All right, Robert Lee.
I don't agree with that. Hold on.
Robert Lee, come on. No.
Yeah.
This a grown man. This a grown man. Hey, Robert Lee. Was American Indians called Native Americans first?
You can't get stuck. They was called. Listen.
Stop. Listen to me real quick. I don't want to
y'all stuck on this wordplay, man.
Yeah. So
all Native Americans.
We know when we talk about a certain time period, that when we say Native American, we know who we talking about. And then when we talk about another time period and we say Native American, we know who we talking about. So when you see Native American, before it was these Native Americans who you see in these fucking cowboy and Indian movies, who was crackers. Anyway, before you see these motherfuckers right here, we was Native Americans also. And then your crackers, the first Europeans, was Native Americans. So what story are we kicking, my brother?
Well, I wanted to say something, even though I'm not a man. I just want to say to you, Robert Lee, it just depends on if you accept this Bering Strait theory, which I feel like they're kind of accepting, which I don't accept. We can look through history and we can see when those people came in here, and those people did not come here 12,000 years ago, 11,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, even 5,000 years ago. They weren't here. So if they weren't here at that time, now we got to say who was here, because they weren't. We can look at history and see when they got here. And it's just a lack of people studying. It's a lack of people studying history why they don't know who the Native Americans are.
And that's a fact.
Can I ask
hey, Dosey.
Where can I find that at? Like,
hey, Sharice.
Hey,
what up,
I hear say that, but
hey, Wild Savage.
I would say study the Asian slave trade. Start there. No, everybody's focus is on the Atlantic slave trade. Really focus on the Pacific slave trade and understand all the components of the Pacific state slave trade.
But that trade, right? Didn't it take place like on the West Coast? On the West Coast, I think, or during like over in Mexico or something like that. There.
Did Native Americans, or what they call plain Indians, aren't they mainly from the West Coast and Mexico?
No. What I'm asking you is the people on the East Coast, right? The Indians on the East Coast. That Asian slave trade didn't take place on the East Coast. So you can't include the East Coast Indians with that theory that you just proposed. You feel what I'm saying?
Are the Native Americans, the ones you call Native Americans, are they originally from the East Coast, or are they the plain Indians that they call in the history books? That's the question.
I mean, when you talk to the tribes, they got a different story of, you know what I mean, their origins. Like
they were taught their origins. Are you familiar with the schools that they would have attended?
I know all about the
schools. That's what I'm saying.
But
That's what
that
I'm
don't.
saying. As far as people aren't
That's a
studying the
theory. That's a
history,
theory. That's
it's
a theory,
not that.
ma'am.
It's not a theory.
That's
It's
your
not a
theory.
theory that there's a school. You can look up. You can
I
look
know
into.
about the
People
school.
love .gov. They love .gov for the census, but they hate .gov when it comes to these Native American schools. But the same .gov that explains these censuses, you can look up .gov and look into these Native American schools. So I'm not going by what they say or teach at the reservation. Did they show you their genealogy to show that they are originally from the New York area in the 1600s, 1700s, even early 1800s? Have you seen their genealogy?
Ever seen who genealogy?
Whoever you're talking to that said that's not what their history is, have you seen their genealogy?
I know some. I know some of them
It's
genealogy,
a,
and I
you
can
know,
I
so
can
how far
verify
back?
that their story is real.
How far back do they go in their genealogy?
I mean, when you look at the paperwork, like a lot of the Native Americans didn't.
I
They
feel like
didn't do
that's
the
a simple
government
question
paperwork.
to
You feel what I'm
ask how
saying?
far back they go, and I feel like you're
Real
skating
Native
around it
Americans.
because you didn't
Hear
give
me
me a
out. You cut me
time.
off. You cut me off.
But you did. But do you have a time?
Real Native
Do you have
Americans,
a
right?
time that you could say as far before you go into the spill? I would love for you to go into the spill, but you said you know some of their genealogy. Can you give me an example of a time period of how far back you've seen someone's genealogy go, and then go from there? Just give me a time period, please.
I got friends who are members of the Tuscarora Nation, right? They family own land in Maxton, North Carolina, still to this day. And how they got the land, they proved they was in the area prior to European coming here. Now they tribe went to New York, but they still hold a large, a presence here in North Carolina. You can look them up today. They are the federal recognized. They don't have a reservation here in North Carolina, but their presence is still here. And they don't have U.S. documents that verify their records. They got other proof to back up their records. That's what I be asking y'all about, other evidence to support your story. You relying on the U.S.
Hold on,
census.
what other
The
evidence they got?
Europeans are
They
the
don't
ones who
have
created the
evidence
census.
I
because
wanted
they
to
not
ask
from
that
here.
too. Hold on, Peloton. Let him finish, and then we'll get to great questions, guys, because that was going to be the next one. But just let him finish, and then
No,
we'll see
that's
what
all I
he
had to
says as
say.
far as the evidence.
You want to ask me
So,
what
okay,
evidence
so
that they
yeah,
have,
like
right?
outside of the U.S., what other evidence or documents? And it sounded like you've seen them for yourself. So I'm
No,
excited to hear this. What? Oh, you don't know what? Because genealogy is specific. It means that they're tying it to a specific bloodline, and you said that you
I'm gonna
knew
say
that
this.
they were
They
able
got
to verify their bloodline prior to contact with the Europeans. So I'm very interested to see how they verified their bloodline without any U.S. records or documents prior to the European contact. You don't know how they
they
verified
got
it?
treaties that they made with the government, right?
To access those treaties, you would have to prove that your genealogy is going to go to the specific tribe that is going back, or you would have to be doing a psyop with the government to take over the actual group it belongs to. You're saying it's not a psyop with the government and they're not in cahoots. So we'll throw out that. What kind of documentation did they show to prove by bloodline that they were connected to this particular tribe prior to European contact?
I'm gonna say it again. They got a treaty written in their language and in English.
And I will say it again, to associate yourself to any treaty, you have to prove your genealogy
So
is
if the
connected to the
so let me ask
tribe.
you
Hold
this.
on, Robert Lee,
You
to the
ask but
tribe
if
that
they
that treaty
if the
applies to.
government agreed
So
with that,
hold on, I think we need to start with genealogy because maybe that's where your confusion is.
no,
Do you understand what genealogy
I
is?
understand. So if the government agreed that their paperwork is legit, who are you to say it's not? The government already agreed with them. They are federal recognized. They got the property still to this day. You can Google this right now and verify it. So who are you? Who are any of you to say that their genealogy is incorrect or any of that? The government agreed
I
that
didn't
they're
say their
incorrect.
genealogy is incorrect,
You
but what I
asking
would
me,
say
have I
is,
seen?
no, no, no,
You asked me,
Robert
has I
Lee, I
seen,
never
right?
said their genealogy is
But
incorrect.
you asked
But
me,
what I
have I
would
seen?
say is if they aren't showing any genealogy, now I'm not so willing to throw out the whole idea that this is a psyop of them
So you want
colluding
them
with the
to prove
government.
to you?
Because to prove, no, listen, Robert Lee, thank you. Just to have a treaty alone is not your genealogy. How it works is you have to tie yourself to the treaty. Normally, they'll have you actually show dating back to 5 generations of grandparents, 6 generations. They want to see that you can prove that you're connected to these people. So if you're telling me that they could come in and not do the normal process that they made my cousin do for him to actually be a part of the tribe that he's recognized in, and they just were able to go in and just say this treaty applies to me without any documentation, now it's sounding more like a psyop than it's sounding like they were able to prove anything. So all I'm
How?
asking is a simple question of how they proved their genealogy, which they requested my cousin to do to be recognized as a Cherokee.
Just like you said, they can tie themselves back to the people that signed on the
My
treaty.
cousin did it with records showing his parents, his parents' parents, his grandparents. You're saying that those records are not
I never
a
said that.
necessity for the.
I never said that.
Okay, so they can. So you're saying they can tie it back to that because they're U.S. records as far as what my cousin has. You said that they don't need U.S.
I
records, so
said
that's why we're confused about what kind of documentation are they using if they're requiring us to use actual U.S. records.
I'm telling you that these people that I mentioned that are called when you say their name in their language is Sakura. I can't say that shit. But anyway, they under the Haudenosaunee. We know them as the Tuscarora. They got a reservation in New York, but they once lived here in North Carolina. The government of North Carolina agreed that these people who verified through genealogy records, like you claim, that they are the true owners of this property in this particular area. And they still have it to this day. It's not a reservation, but it's their property. They got gambling houses and shit on them over. Like,
So
I
now you're
know you know
double
about the
talking.
Chautauqua,
So
right?
did they have records or did they not? Do they have
What I'm saying is,
U.S. records or do they
you asked
not
me,
have
did I
U.S.
seen?
records?
You asked me, have I seen? And I
I
said
asked you,
these
did
people
you
had
know their
other.
genealogy? And you said you knew because yeah, you had some people that you knew of their
Yes,
genealogical records.
they have the proof to back up their story. This is why
But
the
you've never
government.
seen the proof, is what you're saying.
I know the treaty. I know the
The
people.
treaty is not proof alone. You have to tie
Didn't
yourself to
you
the
say
treaty.
exactly?
So
Didn't you say if you
exactly.
tie
So
yourself to the treaty, right?
I'm asking you personally, do you know of any Native Americans personally genealogy that you were able to see that they were able to tie themselves to the treaties that they're enacting? It's a yes or no. It's simple. And it
The
sounds like
court.
it's a no. And it's okay
Listen.
to say
It,
no. It's
damn,
okay to
you
say
can't
no if
be
you don't
quiet.
know.
Wow. You know how to have a conversation. I got to be able to respond. You want it to be that simple, yes or no, right? Because you want me to say, oh, I made these people show me all their records to prove to me that they're Indians because you believe that black people are the real Indians. I ain't do that to them. But what I will say is the names that own the treaty, they still carry the names to this day. You know, like Brave Boy, um, Purvis was on there.
Chewing gum feather.
Nah, I never saw that shit.
Rocking chair horse.
What else? No, Locklear, Chavis. A lot of those names are on there. These people can tie themselves back to these individuals that once lived who signed this treaty, like you said. So who am I to come along and say that the evidence that they got is incorrect because you believe that it was some other people that did all this stuff? All I'm saying is the evidence speaks for itself. Nobody, you ain't got to convince nobody when the evidence speaks for themselves. Evidently, they got some substantial evidence to back up their claim. Now, in order for, like we were saying about the debate, right? I ain't watched the debate, but like Vino said, off the title alone, I would have said OTK would have won because, like you said, every civilization had a beginning stage, but BAP is under the illusion, like most of y'all, that black people came or was here first. And he's saying black people was never hunter and gatherers. They the ones who went and civilized the world. And most of y'all own that bandwagon. But at the same time, the backup y'all claim of people being here, any type of people being here, you have to use the Native Americans information because you don't have any information to back up Negroes being here before them. That's what I'm saying.
All right. So you said a lot to answer my question. And the answer to my question was, you don't know. And I think that's a major problem. And I was just on mute and I expect the same respect as I'm talking because you talk for a long time. Next time I'll time you if you don't realize how long you were talking. But I will go ahead and you're going to listen like I just did while I was muted and listening. So you said a lot. But the answer to my question, because my original question was, have you seen the records as far as connecting these people to the treaty? You said, oh, yes, I know some of them. I know their genealogy. So I asked you, okay, how far back do they go in their genealogy? Then you said a lot of hooplash to be like, you don't know their genealogy. So the answer originally you were supposed to say is, I don't know. I haven't seen the records. I never said to say, oh, I don't believe they're connected or anything. You can believe what you want, Robert Lee, but the correct answer to my original question was, I don't know. I haven't seen the records. So it's based on whatever you believe. You're entitled to whatever beliefs that you have. I'm not going to argue your belief, but this is what I'm saying as far as people don't know the history. They haven't studied these things for themselves. They don't know what went on as far as in through the government, through these people or anything like that, and then they get to just sprout out off the dome, off the mouth, like they know something that they don't. And that's a major problem in all communities, not just this one.
This one the worst. Y'all can just say whatever y'all want and it can be straight up made up fairy tale shit, and y'all don't want no one to question it because it's your opinion.
Stop that, Robert, man. Because when
Come
we
on,
come
Vino.
with
You know I'm
facts, you
being real.
say
Vino, let's be
nah. Because
real,
when we
bro.
come with the facts, you say that the books
Hold
are
on,
pseudo.
Vino, you know I acknowledge your facts. I call you a Seminole. They ain't got the evidence to back up what you can back up, and you know it. They don't even like you. I don't know why you fuck with these fake Indians.
Nah, man, I fuck with certain niggas, man. I don't fuck with everybody.
Brother,
You know what I'm saying? But I fuck
they
with
don't
who I
have the
fuck with.
documents to back up their claim like you can back up your claim. They ain't connected to no Indians. They just want people to believe somebody, it's a conspiracy that they didn't messed
It
up the
is a
paperwork.
conspiracy.
It
It is a
ain't.
Wait,
conspiracy.
Vino, 1 second. So the Native Americans didn't have to show you documents, but you're requiring anyone that talks to you to show you the actual records of their family for you to believe them, but you believe the Native Americans.
I ain't required
Why? Because they
Vino
had
to say
land or
nothing.
anything? Because
No.
I know
You
people.
gonna let
You're
me
on a
answer?
panel.
You gonna let me
You're
answer?
on a panel. I just
You
want to
gonna let
say
me
this really
answer?
quickly. I just want to say this really quickly,
Or
and
you
then
gonna
yes,
answer
I'll
for
mute up.
me? You gonna
No,
answer
no,
for
no, no,
me?
no. I just
It
want to. I
sound
just
like
want to point this
you
out.
finna answer my
No,
question for me.
I'm gonna allow you to answer.
Go
I
ahead.
just
Go ahead
haven't
and answer
finished.
for me.
I haven't finished saying what I was gonna say. I'm gonna allow you to answer, but I wanted just to point out really quickly because you were like these Native Americans that you believe them just because whatever you believe them for, and they don't have to show you any evidence. You're on a panel of a man that owns land, that still has his land, that's always had his land, and you're actually speaking on his panel right now. So go ahead, answer why the Native Americans don't have to prove to you anything, but you would require OTK to show you the paperwork before you believe what he says.
That's you just created all that shit in your mind. I ain't say none of that. Just like with Vino, I never required Vino to show me any of his documents to verify his story. I can tell he telling the truth with the evidence that he presented to me. I ain't require him to do nothing. Same thing with OTK. OTK, he got other issues of why people don't believe him. No, I ain't finna get into that. He ain't up here to discuss that. But what I'm saying is, I ain't bring up his name. I ain't asked OTK to show me that. So you made all that up. And as for the Native Americans, I didn't require them to show me anything either. The government required them to prove to them that they had rights to this land. And they did. So who am I to come to them and say, fuck what the government say I want to see so I can be like, okay, it's legit. Get the fuck out of here. You ain't got no power like that where you live at either. Nobody is gonna show you anything. Who are you? Who do you think you are? That someone would take the time to verify some information to you. Like, be real with yourself.
Exactly. That's why I'm kind of wondering why you're not being real with yourself based on what you said. You are saying this is some kind of claim that people are making that they can't prove or anything like that. And you don't know anyone from anything about them to say what they can or cannot prove, what they do or do
Why
not
wouldn't
have, or
why
any
they
of that.
don't
You
why
don't
they
know
don't do
if the
what your
treaties
cousin
do
did?
apply to
Why they
them.
don't do what your cousin did?
Why are you
Why you don't do
talking
what your
while I
cousin
was
did?
muted? Why
I'm
are
just
you
saying you
talking while I
because
was?
you finna go into
Why
this
are
little
you
rant when it's
talking?
easy.
Why are you talking while I was muted while you were talking, saying all that dumbass shit that you were saying, and I was muted the whole time? So I don't understand why every time I start talking, you start trying to overtalk me. Is that another thing that you think you're privileged enough to overtalk me when I'm talking, but I need to mute up when you're talking? Thank you. So again, your whole point, I don't understand how you're not applying it to yourself. You don't know what people have or don't have. You don't know what people do or don't do in this community. Yet you're saying, "Oh, I think that all of this is stupid and none of y'all can prove this or anything." Why would they have to prove anything to you? Your beliefs are your beliefs. You can believe whatever you want. What does that have to do with their life and how they live it?
You made a point about your cousin and what he did to become federal recognized. If you could do that, you would follow in his footsteps and would do that. The problem is you can't, just like everybody else that be up here claiming they Indian and all they misclassified. If you had any records that could verify your connection to these people and could be federal recognized, you would do it. But you can't. I ain't asking you to prove it to me. The government, the what is called the Indian Bureau of Affairs, some shit like that, they are the ones requiring you to prove it. The problem is you can't. This is why I say you can't. Because it's just that simple. Just like you told me about the yes or no question. It's just that simple. Like your cousin did. He went and verified through all the records you claim he did who he is. It's funny, none of you can.
Hey, so what about the people that don't really
Hold
trip and
on
don't go do it?
1 second, Vino, and then I promise you'll get in right after to ask him a question. But he's gonna mute up now so I can respond to him, and then you can take it right after that. So, no, that's another assumption that you just made. I actually don't want to live like a Native American on a reservation, because all living like a Native American is being on welfare. I can get better benefits by kicking out my husband and being a single mom as a single black woman, and I can get better housing than them. I can get better health benefits than them. I can get more money than them, but I don't want to kick out my husband just to be on welfare and live better than a Native American. So I can see how they live and how I then live by just getting things on my own and say, oh, I'd rather just work for myself and get on my own, because you know what? Being under the government and living on a reservation, it's not that good. They don't live that good. Single black mothers live better than them. All right, Vino, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Hey, Vino,
Hey,
hold up, Vino,
all right.
because you can verify this. Tell her how much the Seminoles get every month. Since she say she can divorce her husband and live like a
Nah, man,
single
I ain't
mother and
gonna
get
get
more money
into.
than them.
I'm not
Tell
gonna get
her
into
how
y'all.
much
I can't
the
get into y'all.
Seminoles get.
I can't get into you and her conversation like that, man.
Well, I'm gonna tell her then. These people get over $100,000 a year just to be a damn Seminole. You would never just get that. I mean, I ain't gonna say you would never. I ain't gonna go that far now. But what I'm saying is, you just act like there's no benefit to being federal recognized and being connected with some of these tribes. A lot of these tribes, especially the what's that tribe called? It's on the East Coast. They got the well, you know, the Seminole tribe. They own all of Hard Rock casinos. To get a Hard Rock casino, you got to get a license through the Seminole tribe. They get every member get a check every month. You would never get a child support check to match what they get unless you get pregnant by an NBA player or a football player or some shit like that. But
All right,
that's
man.
not happening.
Hold on, Robert. Hold on, Robert. Hey, so what about the people? What about the people that don't really ain't tripping and don't care, but they from all these? You know, they said that there was many different tribes that's not recognized by the government, but it was thousands of tribes in the Americas. So what about the people that ain't tripping, but if they were to tripping, push that line to be recognized? Is that a difference? Like, okay, because they didn't push the line to be recognized, but if they did push the line, they'll be recognized. So they already really recognized.
Brother, ain't nobody tripping about people like you. The problem is you want to change the story and say black people the real Indians and these people are not the real Indians. And it's like, come on, bro, show some real evidence to back up that story instead of talking. All y'all
Nah,
do is talk.
nah, man, I ain't saying,
But I have a question, Vino. Vino, does every Seminole get 100,000 a year?
nah, he talking about he talking about the people in Florida that just
Yeah, the
got
people in
this
Florida. Yeah, the
that
people
Oh,
in
just got
hold
Florida.
this
on, Robert Lee. Hold on, let him answer. He's
that
talking about
just
the
got
people in
this
Florida that
lawsuit.
what?
Yeah, they just got a lawsuit because of something that happened down there,
No,
but
no,
they
no. I
just
ain't
go,
talking about the Freeman.
Uh,
I ain't talking about the Freeman, Vino. I ain't talking about the Freeman. I'm talking about the
nah,
members, the
yeah,
Seminoles in
yeah,
Florida, like you said.
yeah, he's
yeah,
talking
but it's
about specific
Yes,
ones that
Google
own
them.
the casino, correct, Vino? Not the whole Seminole tribe, but
nah,
specific
not the whole
members that are getting
Seminole, but yeah, it's just the Floridas.
exactly.
Okay, so
Exactly.
wait a
So
minute,
he
wait a minute,
doesn't
wait a minute,
understand. Hold
wait a
on,
minute.
Robert Lee. You were just talking. You were just talking. Now you're going to wait. You're just going to wait and then it'll be your turn. Didn't you just tell me how a dialogue works? Are we dialoguing? Okay. So like I thought that you were talking about specific people, but let me tell you about a story really quick about a Native American girl that was ran over in a drunk or drive situation by a white girl. And what happened, because she is not federally a citizen, federally recognized through the United States, but only through her tribe, it took them 5 years to get that white girl to go to court. And the white girl was about to get off automatically from it, but the judge just said, okay, it's not that she's showing any remorse. So she did get some time for murdering her, but it was not the time that she would have got if it was a citizen that she murdered. So there is the benefits as far as for certain ones of them, the ones that own the casino, different things like that, but they're also having a huge problem with missing persons on the reservations. People that are getting murdered, and the government and courts are doing nothing about it because they're not a part of the jurisdiction, so they don't have to do anything about it. They have a big drug problem, a big alcohol problem. So yeah, you can go to the best of the best and say, oh, wouldn't you want to be this person making this amount of money? But that's not even 10% of the Native Americans that are living on reservations.
That's funny that you know all that about the Native Americans, but y'all advocate for all of that what they have. You want your own land. You want to be sovereign. You want to have your own government. You want to be able to freely do what you want to do on your own land without the government input. But you criticizing what they're doing on their own land and what's going on in their shit, like that's hypocritical. You don't think so?
No, because you didn't ask me what I want.
I mean,
You just assumed. So,
you just like
no,
you
I don't
assuming.
think it's
We having a
hypocritical.
conversation. We don't
I
know each
didn't
other.
assume
We both
anything.
assuming
I
shit
didn't
right now.
assume anything.
Yes, you
I've
have. You
asked you
assumed a lot of
questions.
shit tonight. You assume all the
No,
time.
I haven't
You
assumed
assumed
anything.
OTK got to show me his records. I never even said anything about OTK. You assumed a lot tonight about me.
You just said, as far as, I didn't assume you wanted OTK to show the records. I went by what you said, that Native Americans don't have to show any
I
records
didn't
to
say
you.
that. There you
But
go
when a
again.
person,
You lying.
that
I ain't
is
say they
said,
didn't have to show nothing. I said they showed the
yes, you did.
government. I say they
No,
proved.
no, 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 no. You didn't just hear what I said. You're not the government. You're not the
I
government.
said I
Don't
don't
say they
require them
showed
to
the
show
government.
me.
I said that you don't require them to
Me.
show you anything, the Native Americans to show you anything. But then you turned around and said, if someone looks like they're so-called black to you, then you don't
When the fuck I
automatically
said that to you?
believe.
Wow, you
Let me
assume a
finish,
lot of
Robert
shit. I
Lee.
never said that to you yet.
Let
I
me
ain't gonna hold on,
finish,
hold on.
Robert Lee.
When did I
Let me
say that to
finish,
you?
Robert Lee.
When did
I'll
I say
finish
that
what
to
I'm
you?
saying, and then you'll
Is somebody
understand when
texting
you
you
said
this
it.
shit? This is
No, no
crazy.
one's texting me. I'm having this conversation with you right now. And if
When
you
did I
don't want to
tell
have this
you? When did I
dialogue,
tell
you
you
can
that?
drop down. If you go ahead and mute up, I'll let you know. All right, so I'm answering your question. You said that a Native American would not have to show you anything. They already showed the government. So, well, who are you to ask to see their genealogy or any records for them to prove who they are? But you said, as far as for this community, which this community, there are a lot of people that look like so-called black, so-called African American, so-called ADOS, FBA, That's why I'm calling them so-called these things, because that's what who are in this community. For this community, you want them to prove it to you. You want to know exactly how they are tying themselves to these things. And the question is if you understand, who are you to require that from the Native Americans? Who are you to require that from us?
I ain't say none of that shit. You said all that. I told you I don't require nobody to prove anything to me. Who am I for you to have to prove this to me? It's the government you got to prove. That way you would
But you
get
don't
the
even know if people proved it to the government.
how if
Again,
they got
another
the fucking
assumption.
land to this day.
They
If
don't
they got the
have
land to this
they
day.
don't have land. Being
Oh
on
my
a
God.
reservation and having land is two different things. That's why I specified OTK has land. You're comparing it to living on a reservation. That is
You know
not
what? I
having
just
land.
told you.
So you do not know who you're
Do you know
talking
what
to
a
and
reservation
if
is
they
for
have
real?
land or not. You're making assumptions. So how can you say, oh, prove it to the government? You don't even know if people proved it to the government or not before you have the conversation. So why are you assuming that no one in this community does that?
Yo, you are four kinds of crazy, shawty. Cause you said a whole bunch of shit that I didn't say. And then when I try to tell you what I said, you automatically assuming that I'm saying this something else, right? Hold up. So pump your brakes. What I'm telling you is just like your cousin, just like you sat here and told me about your cousin, prove to the people he had to prove it to become a federal recognized member of the Cherokee tribe. That's who you guys got to prove it to become what y'all claim y'all are. You ain't got to show me shit. I said if you could do that, you would do that. The problem is you can't do that. I ain't said you got to show me nothing.
Again, assuming. You're assuming. Why do you keep saying people can't?
Because you saying
Have you
people, listen,
seen that
I
they
know
don't?
just like I
Have you
brought
seen
up the
that they don't?
Tuscarora.
Do you know that they don't
You don't have to
have their
live on the
land? Do you
res.
know anything about them to say that, oh, they can't? Or are you assuming?
Just you don't
Crickets.
have to you don't have to live on the
Crickets.
res to be federal recognized. You can live off the res and
Exactly.
still.
So you don't know who's federally recognized in this
The
community. You
problem,
don't know.
listen. Nobody, I know black people, right? We like showing off shit. And y'all want to be Indian so
Okay, there you
badly.
go again. So-called black.
Yeah,
That's and then you
I'm gonna
said
tell
you
you.
didn't
Listen,
say. You
listen,
said you didn't
Shawty,
say. Here's your
Shawty.
assumptions.
That's your picture right there. That's you on the picture, right? That's you on the picture,
No.
right? Yeah,
No.
I didn't seen you before. Matter of fact, I watched that episode of Sinetta when you presented your DNA. You know what I'm saying? So I think you are a black person like me. We not the same skin complexion, but at the same time, we black people. You feel what I'm saying? Nobody gonna confuse you or me as being a white person or being an Indian. It's not gonna happen. We can tell them who we related to and who we descend from, then they would know. But
So
looking at
was
us, they ain't
so
gonna
was
just automatically us think that we are any of that. Now,
so was
that's
so
why I
was white people.
call you black. I mean, because you look just like black people here in America, the people
Robert,
that I identify with.
Robert
I mean,
was
I don't
white
know if you're
people.
from another country or what, but
Robert,
I mean, what else you want me to call you?
Robert was white people found over here like black people.
Not before the Indians was found over here.
No,
I mean,
I'm saying was white people found over here like black people.
white people came over here.
Okay, so what make you think like
That
why
black
are you
people did
trying to
come over
come?
here.
No, I'm saying like
I
why
don't
you
think
trying to
that.
compare the? I'm saying like why you trying to compare the white thing and saying that okay, well because of some white people and like some black stuff when the white people wasn't never found over here.
My nigga, I ain't say shit about none of that you just said. What the fuck are you talking about? Who said that?
Okay, Robert. So you say American Indian and Native American are one and the same, right?
Correct.
What landmass is American Indian and Native American tied to?
North America and South America.
All right. What landmass is Black tied to?
Okay. Africa, some in the United States, some in South America, some in Asia.
So Black is the landmass of the entire Earth?
No.
It sounded really specific when you were able to say North America and South America for the American Indian and the Native American. So it seems like if Black was a nationality that could tie us to a landmass, it would be just as specific. So I'm going to ask you again.
I mean, I brought
where
up Africa.
or which landmass? No, you brought up Africa, Asia, some America, some South
we are the
America.
oldest people
It
on
was
the planet,
sounding pretty
correct?
much like you were about to say it sounded like you were pretty much going to say the entire landmass on the planet. And I don't really see how that is in any specific. I feel like a nationality or what you are should tie you to where you're from. So again, being Black, what landmass does that tie you to?
Okay. I'll play your game. When we use the term Black people, we're referring to the people that look like me and you that live in the United States, which would be a part of North America. We don't refer to those in Brazil and South America the same way we look at the ones in the United States. We look at the ones that are in the United States totally different. You know, y'all colored.
Nah, but they don't say
Negro.
that
So they don't consider themselves. So no one considers them Black if they're in South America.
I mean, they
no
call
one considers them Black.
They'll say Negro. You know, speaking of Spanish, they'll
that's
consider
black.
them Black.
And what does
Man, but they
Negro
not
mean?
calling them no
And
black
what does Negro mean?
Brazilians. Come on,
what I'm
now.
saying, listen, what I'm saying is right. The way we view things here is different there. Just like you
Yeah,
don't want to be
it's
called Black,
different, but
right?
it sounds like you're tying me to the skin tone rather than the place. Now you tried to switch it up and say, "Oh, well, we know it to be America, so let's talk about it." Why did you mention Africa before? So I'm not tied to Africa at all using Black, right?
No, not necessary, because the first time they described us, the people were speaking Spanish, so they were saying Negro, and you know what I'm saying, that mean Black. So Negro land is Africa, correct?
All right. So now you just gave me two land masses when you tried to take away a land mass to give me one.
What you mean?
And now you're adding Africa again. So I'm going to see how many other land masses you're going to add to Black. Or is it just America? Which one is it? You're double talking. So so now it's America and Africa.
Hold
So
up,
let's go to Asia real quick.
Why we got to go through this? We ain't got to do all this. Listen, we ain't got
Is
to do
Black
all of this.
specific to a landmass or is it not? It sounds like you're double talking. Is it
We don't have to
specific to
do
a
any
landmass
of
or is
this.
it not?
Listen, I'm not the people who you got to convince that Black people was here, right? I know of stories of Black people coming here prior to the Europeans bringing Africans over here.
What story is that? What story is that?
When you look
Stop
at
right there.
what story is that? What do people call the Ghana Fruni? The Ghana Fruni people?
The what? The who?
The Ghana Fruni. Down in South America.
What?
They in South America.
What that got to do with North America?
No, they're in South America. These Black
what that got to do with North America?
The only these
Wait, so
people,
black is now in South America too, though, Robert Lee. You just tried to
just hear
take
me out.
black and say it was just in
Listen,
North America and
listen.
Africa. So now you just added black is in South America too, right? I'm sure before this conversation ends, we're gonna be in all the earth again for black. But okay.
Right.
Just hear me out.
Right.
What I'm saying is these people
What
are the
people?
first
What
black
people?
people in this area.
In hypothetical and put throwing shit out there for us to guess. What people? Put a name on that shit.
Hold on, I'm finna drop a
No, don't drop
small
no
link in
fucking
the back.
link, nigga. If you study this shit, you should know
I'm
their
finna
name.
drop a link in the back.
I don't want no fucking link. You should know the name.
What
Robert
you mean?
I
Evidently I'm pronouncing it wrong.
Evidently,
So
you don't fucking know what you. Evidently, you regurgitate some shit.
Let me spell it out for you. Maybe you'll pronounce it.
No, I don't need no spell. I know how to spell real good.
Okay, I'm finna spell the shit for you.
No, I don't need you to respect. I don't need you to spell shit.
So you don't want to know about the people that I'm talking about?
You can talk about them. Who the fuck are they?
The Ganafuni people.
Ganafuni. I ain't never heard no fucking Funi people before.
It's spelled G-A-R.
Fulani?
G-A-R-F.
Listen, how the fuck can y'all boys be scholars when y'all motherfuckers be saying words? Y'all be getting up here sounding so educated, but then when y'all see these words in writing, y'all can't even pronounce the motherfucker.
Brother,
that's a sign of regurgitation.
Can you listen? I'm dropping this link in the back.
Can I do what? Shut your bitch ass up. Y'all motherfuckers be coming on here be sounding so educated, using big fucking words. But then when y'all reading a book and y'all see these words, y'all can't even pronounce these fucking words because you never seen this word in real life. That's a sign of regurgitation. With a real regurgitator, please stand up. Here you go.
Yeah, that's crazy, OTK. Like, why you so upset, brother? I mean, I ain't said shit disrespectful to you. We talking about these people.
Did I say anything?
You said nigga, your whole approach is disrespectful.
Right? I say anything disrespectful to Snow. I ain't say nothing disrespectful. I just say people be using words, and then when talking about a group of people, when they see these words in writing, they stumble on these words. But these be the words they say all day, every day. But then when they see the words in writing, they can't pronounce the word. So now the first thing come to my mind, how the fuck can you use a word and then when you see it in writing, you don't know what that word is? That's a sign of regurgitation to me, brother. Yes or no? So what did I say wrong? And I know you probably will agree with that. Even though you don't fuck with me like that, probably, I know you probably will agree with that part.
No, I don't agree.
So if
because he's mentally retarded, you don't understand.
All right.
Said by the nigga that ordered a headdress off Amazon for $59 and got up here on live. Like, you weird, nigga. Shut up. But anyway, these people
hold up. So is that a Native American headdress?
He ordered it offline.
Listen, is that a Native American headdress?
No, it's not.
You got a bad problem.
No, it's fake. It's a costume. It's a
costume. Get on your ass
so did you see the receipt? Hold on, OTK. You saw the receipt from Amazon?
I saw the same headdress that he got on Amazon. The same one he got up here. They got it on Amazon for for $109, I think. Want me to drop that link in the back too?
So it's twice as much as you said before. How do you know that he paid for it?
Because to get those type of headdresses, right, nobody just pass that down to you. Each feather represents something. It represents a battle or some type of bravery.
How do you know no one passed it down? How do you know that no one passed it down to him?
And he's steady.
Another assumption. You sound like you're making all these assumptions without asking questions.
The one that he had on.
Don't you think you would do a little better if you asked?
You can't buy a real one offline, right? The one he got is a costume. Anybody can own it.
If I'm not mistaken, and I'm gonna stand him because I know my dog in the mountains and shit. My dog said that shit was given to him by
So
somebody.
why is it one
No, listen,
online
hold up,
identical?
shut up real quick, Robert Lee. He said that shit was given to him by somebody who know that he was the true American Indian and they wasn't.
So why
And
is
that's
it
a
one on
fact.
Y'all missed that part of the
Amazon.com?
story. See how y'all niggas got fucking what they call it with the hearing shit
Red herring.
Yeah, no, when they
And
only
red
hear
herring.
when they only hear certain shit.
Oh,
They only hear shit that they want to hear.
oh, selective hearing.
Right. That's what the fuck.
Come
these
on, brother,
niggas
you
got.
muting me? So why
Yeah,
you can go on
because I was
Amazon
talking.
and
Because
buy
I'm
an
talking.
identical?
Hold up, bro. I'm muting you because you're not about to talk more than me. I'm gonna let
But
you
the
talk.
same
But you
reason
can say,
you can
listen,
go
you
into a
got to let me
Gucci
respond.
store. It's the same reason you can go into a Gucci store and the bag will be $1,000, $2,000 to get the authentic one. But then you can go and type in Gucci looking on Amazon and there'll be a replica on Amazon that you can get for $100. It's not the real thing.
Matter of fact, y'all can
Evidently
go
you
get the
ain't
real
heard.
thing. Hold up. Matter of fact, though,
Evidently you ain't.
in case people don't know, you can go get the real thing off Amazon because of Temu. They started something about a year ago on Amazon called Amazon Haul.
Well, I guess y'all ain't heard. The Chinese guy revealed that.
Man, you always talking about other people. What the fuck Robert Lee doing?
Brother,
And what
we was
got a
talking about the
Chinese guy
Gucci
got to
bag.
do? What a Chinese guy got to do with this conversation?
Because they the ones who make the bags. He said,
What
listen,
bags? What bags?
the Gucci bags, the Louis bags, they made in China. Y'all ain't see what the
Boy, you
guy
got a lot of. Hey, listen. Let me ask you this: what leather is in Europe? What alligator? What leather? Where they get leather from? Leather come
where
from.
did they get it from in France?
Leather come from an alligator. So
Okay.
how can the Italians be the head of the alligators? Leather shit when they not alligators not even over there. Make that make sense?
Correct. Listen, you just answer your own question. How is the Italians, the motherfuckers in Italy and the people in France and shit who make these expensive bags, who names are on the bags, how did they get this fucking leather? Brother, they buy.
How do they get it?
They buy it. They buy the shit from whoever. I guess you're gonna say America. Okay, cool. They buy it from America. They ship it to the Chinese, get it done for cheap, $100. They mail it back to France, Italy. They put their names on it and shit, and they say it was made in France, and then they sell it for thousands of dollars.
Nigga,
The
you a
Chinese guy
knockoff
just got
shopper.
up there and
You
admitted
been
it.
wearing knockoff your whole life.
Brother,
you probably ain't never bought a pair of real Jordans.
Bitch, all our rockets.
I know. Now I'm a bitch because I done pull your card. Nigga, use a
and Robert Lee.
Nigga.
So you made the point. You made the point of what the difference is. The difference isn't that it's made in China. The difference is real leather versus faux leather. Real leather, a real silver versus fake silver. Real gold versus fake gold. That's the difference. So it doesn't matter if they pay 10 cents for it to be created in China. Either you're going to pay for the real leather or you're going to get the knockoff faux leather. And that's what you pay for.
Facts.
That man got up there and say they make those Louis bags. The same ones you will get as knockoffs is the same ones they selling in the Gucci store. I don't buy Gucci bags and Louis bags. I ain't buying it for no chick either. Fuck that. Birkin bag and all that
We
shit.
know you can't.
Hey, listen, you
We
damn
know you
right.
can't.
I can't. You damn right I can't. And if I
All them
could,
shit
I
made in the
still would.
same shop. All them shit knockoff. The only difference is it might be a thread off that's unnoticeable to the human eye. That's the only difference between a knockoff and the real brand right now, bro. They all made in the same sweatshop.
So listen to what
they
you
all
said.
made in the same sweatshop, bro.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. She act like I'm not saying that. She act like just because you paid more for it, that means it's real. Bullshit. That's not true.
Yeah, that does mean it's true.
Bullshit.
It could be made in the same sweatshop, but remember what I said. A stitch wrong is what causes it to be cheaper. But you can't see it from the human eye. That's when you know that what you buying is real and what is fake because of the price. God damn it! Come on, man. What the fuck is wrong with
nigga? It's a trick. It's a
no,
trick,
ain't no
brother.
fucking trick. Ain't no goddamn trick,
brother. How much do it cost to make Jordans in China?
I don't know. You gotta ask.
Well, you know
Mike.
how much they cost over here, though, right?
No, you gotta ask Mike. What I'm telling you is,
you know how much
all of them shit is made in 1 or 2 spots in these sweatshops, but the difference is 1 or 2 stitch wrongs would make it a knockoff from the real thing. And you know what? That 1 or 2 stitch changes the fucking price to let you know if you getting a fully authentic shit or if you buying something with a stitch wrong. So she is correct.
And I can tell you're so pro-black, so black and you're proud and all this other stuff. But how you're talking, I can tell you don't support no black businesses. But I can tell that you don't know. I'm talking about Robert Lee and stuff because I can tell by how he's talking. I would never pay for this or whatever, all this other stuff. But people don't understand that about black businesses as well. It's not just, no, we're not talking about just Louis. Now we're talking about products as a whole because you keep talking about where the product is made and not the.
Oh, I don't know nothing about Gucci and Louis. I was talking about Jordan.
Me either.
But I use them as an example. We don't have to stick at Louis and Gucci. But I'm saying that you don't understand the process of it. That's why you're just sticking to one part of the process. No, you're not breaking it down to me. You're talking about where it's made and not how it's made, not the material that it's made with, not the actual stitch work. No, the OTK is saying the same thing as me. No, you're saying something different. You just want to focus on where it is made. There is a reason why. And like I said, I can tell you don't support your own black-owned businesses because sometimes they'll be expensive and people will say the same shit. Why should I pay for this? Why should I pay this much for this when I can go out and I can get this from the store for $10? Well, while you're paying more for it, it's because they're paying for better material. They're paying for it to be manufactured better. They're paying so if you drop it, it doesn't break automatically. They're paying for that, whether they just pay for it to get all manufactured in China or not. So sometimes you're paying for the material. You're paying for what is. Why are you asking me about the Birkin bags? Why are you bypassing the point of why we're having this conversation? Because it started from Wild Savage's headdress that you wanted to say that knew for a fact that it was from Amazon when you didn't know for a fact.
Identical. It's identical.
You don't know
you can't buy a real Native American headdress off Amazon. You would never buy identical.
Do you know the feathers? Do you know the feathers? Do you know the type of feathers that are being used on Wild Savage's headdress?
Right.
Yes or no?
And he said each feather stand for something too. Let's not forget that.
Exactly. Correct. So do you know the type of feathers that are on Wild Savage's headdress? Yes
I'm
or
dropping
no?
the link in the back. I'm dropping the link in the back. Fuck it. You look at this headdress and ask him to show you.
So you doing looker shit?
Tell me it's not identical.
So hold up.
Yeah, he doing looker shit. He doing looker shit.
Shut your ass up. No, he ain't doing looker shit. He's doing looker shit. Ain't no scholarship behind that shit. All this motherfucker. You comparing something to something. So let me ask you this. how did these people even come up to comparison?
Pussy. Say what?
What
is
is the
that? What
native?
you ask?
Where did the Native Americans get their hairdress from? If they come from Asia?
Well, first of
No,
all,
no, no, no.
First of all,
Stop your fucking mouth.
God
Stop
damn, my
running
nigga.
your fucking mouth. All you do is run your dick suckers. You don't never listen to no fucking questions. This ain't about you, bitch. I'm tired of y'all dumb motherfuckers. For real
Mama,
now.
bitch.
Yeah, I know.
Out of here,
I know.
nigga.
I know. I know. I know. I know. And so is your incest ass mama, you dumb fuck. Nah. I'm sorry about that, but I'm tired of these motherfuckers, man. I'm tired of this shit.
No, it's all good. He's annoying anyway, so he'll know shit of what he's talking about.
I kicked his ass out. I'm tired of that shit. Fuck that shit. I'm tired of these narrative ass niggas who just running their fucking mouth, probably sitting next to a motherfucking man beside them and acting so fucking masculine. But only act masculine with women. Anytime a man act masculine with them, they go into your family shit. Oh, your mama this. Your mama. Boy, I'd do something bad to you if my mama name ever came out your mouth and we was face to face. You wouldn't even get my mom. You wouldn't even get mama out your whole mouth. I don't know what's up with this young shit that these niggas on. Y'all want to call us new niggas? What's up with this young gay shit that's going on? This shit y'all start. Since we're gonna critique, you know what? I better stop. Man. I better stop. My bad. Go ahead, y'all. I better stop.
Nah, man, I
No,
appreciate
you're all
you having
good.
me
And those
on.
people just come for contention. Like I seen Robert Lee on other chats, and he just dumb, just like the rest of them. They just come for contention and all this other stuff. But he just proved himself. I mean, that's where questions always prove that they don't know shit. Sorry, Vino.
Nah, when you get I was just tapping in, man, to see what happened on the debate, man. You know what I'm saying? I had you 3-0, so you know what I'm saying? That's what I was pushing. So yeah, I was just trying to see where you was coming from with it, And what did you see, how did you score, trying to get your side of what happened. But I feel you don't.
YK, listen. You say I'm disrespectful. You goddamn right. I disrespect y'all and y'all fucking information. Y'all disrespectful on a whole nother level. See how that work? Y'all info is suspect and y'all suspect. I ain't say nothing about your family or no, none of that. Y'all suspect and your info suspect. What's up? Y'all just don't know, dog. Dog, I'm not biting my tongue for nothing. Nobody, no more. Good word. Information wars, man. This is what this is. Information wars. It's about to be all about information, man. But it's information wars so we can get off this personal shit.
Like that information wars, that's hard.
Yeah, so we can get on the information, man. And listen, one thing we got to understand, dog, your information is not absolute or supreme. So when a nigga come and be like, yo, well, I found this out and I found this out, boy, you gotta at least adhere to that shit.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Especially we all getting our sources not from primaries. The only primary source a nigga got now is your fucking granny, your mama, your bloodline. That's the only primary sources motherfuckers got now. even when you're looking at somebody who's writing from their point of view of what they did. It's a primary because they're writing it, but then too, that motherfucker is also a secondary source because we don't know if they did it or not. You know what I mean?
Yep, the only primary source is your family. That's what we know.
YK, ask your nigga OTK when I ever care about views, dog. I ain't never been monetized, my nigga. I don't care about views. I care about my peoples. And you know what, YK? Let me tell you something. I can have 30 people in my fucking show in the show live, or 17 people on the show live. By the time my shit finished, my numbers add up. See how that works? My numbers add up.
Yeah, I wouldn't even.
I earned everything. I earned every motherfucking thing I got. Wild Savage and Vino. I earned this shit, dog. I've been working.
Yeah, I wouldn't. What I'm saying, I wouldn't study nothing. No
Well, I fuck
damn
with
YK talking about or any Pan African because they ain't got shit going. And how you know they ain't got nothing going is because they always on our panels. So clearly the shit that they learning or learned, it ain't about shit. But their whole job is to agitate and disrupt the build. You know what I'm saying? And they come in all ages and sizes.
And I'm gonna let y'all know, I'm going back. I'm gonna do that shit with Big Dog shit. And with Big Dog and Bap did. I'm collecting wrenches back because this shit wicked. Motherfucker been calling me, telling me I blocked them. I ain't, dog, you know if I block you, because I tell you I block you. You know what I'm saying? But dog, listen. So I don't know if motherfucker been blocking certain people as a strategy. This shit bigger than me.
Oh yeah, you got
really,
a lot
it ain't bigger than me. I thought it was, but really it ain't.
Nah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? You got haters, man. You got haters that look like you. You know what I'm saying? When a nigga show you who he is.
I don't think they haters. I think they inspired.
Nah, these is haters,
niggas
bro.
definitely be hating. Straight
Nah,
up.
this is hate because the study group, the new guys,
Hey, bro, tell you to keep your foot on their neck, innit?
man, I'm on their neck every chance I get. I don't give a fuck. Don't get in the way of Indian business, bitch. And that's gonna be the safest place for you.
Hey, let me ask y'all something though. In the definition of abo, doesn't it say first?
Man, the way I look at it, man, I may be wrong, but man.
Hold up. Follow me, Vino, real quick. But abo mean the first inhabitants of a land, right?
Right.
Isn't that primitive?
Yeah, if we're going by primitive being first.
Hold up. Listen to what I'm saying now. Isn't that primitive? The first?
You say you coming off top, the name is primitive, huh?
Primitive means first. Untaught. Self-taught.
That's a nice angle right there.
So
yeah, I
if
see.
you the first on the land, you had to learn everything from scratch. How did you survive?
Yeah, you definitely gotta go through examples. So yeah,
Now
that's right.
I'm gonna just throw that up out there.
Yeah, I see the connection.
That ain't even that ain't even an arrow.
Yeah, that's an arrow.
Nah, that's just a string. That's just a string. So now, if Abo is the first, and American Indian is the first, what separates us then? Is it a doctrine?
Indoctrination, yep. It's a doctrine.
Okay, then. So, what is an American Indian doctrine? Genie fuckingology. What is an Abo doctrine? You see, this is how we got to stop.
History, his mystery.
It gotta be the same thing if it's gonna be that.
No,
All right, now,
because,
Wild Savage,
because the Moors,
if you're talking about history, I need to see an Aboriginal dictionary and I need to see an Aboriginal encyclopedia. Not no American Indian. I don't want nobody using no American.
Yeah, I like that. That's
or
hard.
no American Indian dictionary and talking about an Abo.
Yeah,
that's what I'm
nice
saying. It ain't one. Abo is
conflicting. That's
made up
conflicting
history.
That's conflicting arguments. How you could be an Abo but using American Indian dictionary and American Indian encyclopedias, but you an Abo. You ain't no Abo Indian. See, back say he an Indian. He did it on my show. I said, damn, you a Moor? He said, no, I'm an Abo. And an Abo ain't no different than you, bro. I'm an Indian too, but I just use Abo. And I understand that because, you know, they teach that they go on, you know, they brought civilization everywhere. And that's what I listen to them about that. I don't teach that. So that's their strength.
Well, that's where the Moors infiltrated in the Abo movement. That's what they.
Shout out to Tyler Tariq Bay, man, for coming on Unscrambled Minds and saying that Abo doctrine came out of the Moorish Science Temple.
Yeah, that's the, you know, so
that's what he said though, but that's his thoughts.
I mean,
that's
it
not
ain't
all
just
Apple thoughts though. That's not
all
Apple
thoughts. But here's what you got. Here's what you got to think. It wasn't no Abo claiming or none of that before then. Aboriginal is just what you are. You know what I'm saying? And when you say Indian, it designates you to a Pacific region, which is North America. You know what I'm saying? But the Abo came in with the Moorish hijack. You know what I'm saying? To try to steal the land. From my understanding, and when you break it down, you know what I'm saying? Because you can't say you Aboriginal without saying you Indian. It don't make sense. It's just like a Moor saying he a Moor, but he Indian non-text and not Moorish non-text. Like, you can't have the Indian benefits and discredit the Indian. If you're going to claim Aboriginal, then you got to claim the Indian, because the Indian is what makes you Aboriginal to North America.
Exactly.
All right, so check it, right? I have a couple of sources that say when the Aboriginals start getting used over here, it's when we deem that them calling us Indian was derogatory, and they was using it like, oh, y'all motherfuckers saying Indian, y'all saying we savage. So I think
the Moors pushed that knowledge.
Hold up. No, that's when they stopped using. That's when they didn't like being called Indian no more, because that shit had carried a negative connotation to it. Instead of saying the first people start coming over here saying like, oh, these motherfuckers savages. And when we realized that, like, oh, y'all give us that name Indian because y'all mean savage. Y'all saying we savage. So if you look up Indios in Latin, you will see that it's a derogatory fucking term. See, a lot of shit I just be letting motherfuckers talk, but these motherfuckers don't even know how to speak Spanish, not alone Latin or Portuguese.
Yeah, but I think all that shit was recreated negative in the Reconstruction era.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, we gotta look at these terms for the people who using it and what their meaning is, and not our own perception or what somebody else give us. We need to go into these languages and see what these words mean ourselves. Or you know what? We ain't no different than the rest of the regurgitators, bro. That means you can see that word indios or see the definition of indios, and it might not say indios, but the definition can be right there. But if you ain't never researched indios, you see the definition and read the definition off like, yeah, and don't even know you saying indios or you saying Indian, which all Indian meant was the people. Once you add an N in this dialect of Latin, you're putting it to something. When you're saying like Indian, like it's those people. That's why you got American. Oh, those are people from America. Brazilian. Oh, those are people from Brazil. African. Oh, those are people from Africa. You understand what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Go ahead.
I got you.
So when we dealing with Latin, we dealing with a fucking feminine language, a romance language. Words started changing because it was changing it masculine. That's where your Spanish, your French, your Portuguese. Matter of fact, French is still a romance language too. Greek. Greek is when they start turning it masculine. They start adding mythology in it. This is when the spiritual system started coming into the language with the Greeks, the Greco-Romans. But as far as the language base, these shit started changing when people start making masculine and feminine forms, bro. Pretty much. But nobody would know that because they don't study the language. They just study quotes. In order for these motherfuckers to speak English and understand us, what did they have to do, Wild Savage? They had to study us, and when we point this shit and we call it out that, oh, you understand it now.
We had to teach them.
We had to teach them. And then they made their transliterations in their language. When them motherfuckers wrote back, they said, God damn, these motherfuckers, you ain't no Hebrews or nothing like that. These motherfuckers right here have vowels, A-E-I-O-U. And they use them vowels. Diphthongs, long form, short form. If anybody don't believe me, just look at the beginning of the American English, the American Indian English grammar. Look at that. And they'll show you all the ways how we broke it down. And once the motherfuckers understand that, they went from writing cursive to writing regular English like us. Remember now, all Latin shit like that was cursive. You don't see regular English getting wrote until they came over here and found out us. Y'all find any? Y'all find any? Y'all know any? Or I'm tripping?
Nah, English was created over here.
Yes.
All that was created over here.
Yes. And the way that we write it. Like how you can't say English came from over here where you got a tribe or a chieftain called the Edawans. All right? So now, I'm talking about my peoples, them now. You got the Edawans, E-T-T-I-W-A-N. Edawas, E-T-O-W-A-I or W-A. You know what I mean? It check bunch of them. the Itawas. It depending on how you're using it in context. So you mean to tell me if they was writing in cursive, they came over here and pronounced the Edawans in the English form like that? No, they was taught that. How to use vowels and shit. Because some of the first languages over there, and y'all know I like to go back to Egypt, because this is what started making everybody say they was African American, and they was proud of it because they stopped throwing out the wonder works of Egypt. Like, yo, peoples them built great civilizations. They built pyramids, and everybody was grasping to that. Like, yeah, y'all motherfucking brought us over here and took us away from our greatness. But just look at the spelling. Kemet is spelled K-M-T. If that's not motherfucking Moses and with the 10 Commandments, how the fuck you come down with a scroll with the 10 Commandments if you was illiterate and Aaron was doing all the speaking? You was illiterate to the Hebrew, or matter of fact, Aramaic. So how you come down with shit in Aramaic and you talking to them in that shit when you was illiterate? So what I'm showing y'all now is another sign of illiteracism. But to us it's illiteracism, but to them it's high civilization. So it's the eyes of the beholder. KMT to them was major. Then we'd be like, damn, what the hell KMT is? That ain't shit to us in America. Is that a motherfucking is that a fucking some type of emoji for KMT? Keep my touch. You know what I mean? Keep me there.
I ain't seen that, man. I don't believe that, man.
Right. So how the fuck you can get Kemet out of KMT?
No, I'm talking about, man. I don't believe that English was over here before they came over here. But you believe that? You believe niggas were speaking the way we speaking right now?
Yeah, English always been over here. They
Yeah,
just
I'm talking about like
best way to put
like probably like certain like.
So where you think the English come from? How about that? So let's work from that.
I think that shit come from over there. Niggas was over here speaking a whole bunch of different shit.
From who though? From who?
From motherfucking England.
From England? When did England come to North America?
Huh?
When did England come to North America?
Shit, they say England came to North America like that in the goddamn 1500s first or 1600s when they first started establishing.
Okay. So you telling me the language that we speak wasn't established to the 1600s, Vino?
I'm saying that niggas wasn't speaking the same language the whole way across America. The same language. Niggas had their own little
different dialects, just like how you sound right now and how I sound.
But I can't understand no Spanish. I can't understand none of that shit. I can't understand no Chinese. I can't understand no other fucking language for real.
But you understand English though, right?
Yeah, because shit, that's what a nigga grew up on.
Language. Everybody else got problems speaking English.
So what?
He came from. Hold up. This is what you need to listen. This is what you need to think about. How the fuck can people come from over there and they still got a problem speaking with English?
Well, you have high societies and low societies over there. So some people was. Stop
that, Vino. Stop that, Vino. Listen to my question. It don't matter whether you're high society or low society. We talking about a common language that supposedly came from over there that everybody was speaking.
No, not everybody, because they was all doing their own thing. As far you got the French, you got the motherfucking German, you got the Dutch,
all
you
that
got the Spanish.
French, Spanish, Portuguese, all that shit based off of Latin.
Right. So whenever they was coming over here,
Latin is American English.
Yeah, and Latin came from Arabic and Aramaic. It's a mixture of languages. Depending on who conquered at that time, they brought their language there and mixed it in with the native people, or they created a new one. It's documented, heavily documented in all the wars they was going through over there.
But English is a trade language created over here, and
Yeah, it's a trade language now because
source
everybody
that or whatever,
can't do trade.
you got to
That's why
see what the
it's a trade
dictionary
language.
was made up of. And the first dictionary was made up of the Indian languages. They consulted with the Indian tribes to come up with the language. So it's a
Right.
trade language that was created over here.
It wasn't a trade language though. Hold up, bro. I want to get us out of that shit. It wasn't no trade language. We was already speaking it. It became a trade language because we taught everybody else how to speak it to come and trade with us.
Right.
That's how it
That's
became
the
a trade
trade.
language. That now it's international, but that's our basic language. So we can't put it's a trade language first. We got to say they took our language and made it a trade language in order to trade with us because we had all the goods. Now, whether your dialect was different, just like how we sound now, you got a different dialect than I got, but we still speaking something we can understand.
Yeah, but I don't think. I mean, I also think we didn't speak just English. You know what I'm saying? We spoke Spanish,
No,
or a form of Spanish,
no,
not necessarily Spanish.
no, bro.
Well,
No,
we had over.
You can't find no proof of that.
Yeah, it's I go. I mean, I have to
I'm
go
just saying
back and look.
we can't find no proof of that, Wild Savage. I'm not
But what
saying that
about the niggas that was speaking the Indian
But we
languages, like
spoke
the
English.
Muskogean languages and all that type stuff?
that's English.
Muskogean ain't English.
That's English.
Oh, I don't agree with that one, man.
Well, show me it's not English. Let's go. You know what? I say I'm gonna get
Yeah,
off it.
because them niggas had to have because
Hour. Fuck it. I'm gonna go to work late. That's the good thing about working for yourself. You can go to work when you want to. I'll stay up another 30 minutes for this. Show me that Muskegon language in English.
well, I ain't gonna. It's kind of late. I was, you know what I'm saying. But the only way that I was just gonna just say it was that whenever they was having a little sit downs, niggas had to have interpreters.
What was they interpreting?
They was interpreting the English language and interpreting it into.
Show me one motherfucking interpreter that ever interpret anything from American English, that from American Indian language for them when they first came over here. Show me a fucking interpreter that knew the language.
Now this is a mystery that I'm trying to figure out myself within my family because my family was doing that.
Your family was doing what, bro?
Was an interpreter.
What year?
In 1832.
All right, we talk about 18. They already had knew our language by then, bro.
Nah, if that's the case, they wouldn't have had no interpreters.
No, remember they had interpreters on the boat in 1400s that didn't interpret shit. So the interpreters you talking about in 1800s is Johnny come latelys, bro. The American English language.
Who you talking about came in the 1400s, OTK?
When they talk about they had Moorish motherfuckers on the boat that was interpreters. That was a fucking lie. Them bitches ain't interpret shit. Sign language was the way of communication with them motherfuckers when they first came.
Yeah, when they first touched down, but what they started doing was they started what they said was that they basically started translating their tones to Latin, and they said that it was easy
all right,
translate their tones to Latin.
Stop it. You just answer your own question. They translate
in the 1400s.
Yeah, they translated tones into Latin. So
right, that's how they got Spanish.
Hold up. So how can Latin? No, Spanish was already out. Stop it, bro. Don't tell nobody that shit. Spanish.
You know they don't speak the same Spanish that they speak in Spain as they speak over here, right?
That bitch was Al-Andalus, bro. Stop it.
I'm saying, but they don't speak the same Spanish that they speak over here that they speak over there in Spain, right?
No.
No.
Okay, right. Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's the
They don't
difference.
speak the same Portuguese neither.
But I'm saying that's the difference over here.
No, that's just different in dialects. They will still understand what I'm saying. It's just dialects is different. It's still Latin, bro. And Latin comes
okay,
from
so
Arabic,
so what was the
hold on, listen real quick. And Latin comes from a form of Arabic, Aramaic, however you want to put it, which is two sister and brother languages. Whatever the Phoenicians, the Sumerians, them boys were speaking, and the Egyptians. That's how you come up with fucking Latin.
well, what about
Hold on, OTK. What Egyptians are you talking about? Because Egypt didn't exist over there.
Man, I'm saying that as a whole, bro.
and I'm gonna tap in with you tomorrow, man. We're gonna chop it up again, man.
But that spot where they call Egypt was a fucking melting pot.
Over there?
Yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, I'm gonna stay over there because I'm talking about that. That's where the Latin language come from. Ain't nobody can show me that the Latin language came from over here. I'm waiting to see it.
It's the alphabet. What are you talking about?
Not. They got that alphabet later.
Latin don't come from nowhere else but here.
Nah, if you saying they took it from us, bro, hey, listen, I leave that shit alone. But them niggas ain't bring nothing over here.
Nah, we know they didn't bring nothing over here.
Nah, I leave that shit alone. Y'all be talking about we took Latin over there and all that. I leave that shit alone. I let y'all teach that. That's not my lane. See, I get out the way and I let y'all teach that. And I'm listening. I'm learning from y'all on that shit. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I be learning from y'all when y'all be talking about that shit. And y'all be saying all these things like this. I learn off of that. Because that's not my field.
Yeah.
But that's the bullshit though, man, because of these stories, dog. Y'all keeping niggas alive now on some real shit. And I tell you how. But that's how, man, I'm telling you.
Keeping who alive though?
Not us. We wild Indians, dog.
I mean,
not you, Wild Savage. I was talking in general, dog. I'm talking. Come on.
Nah. I got you.
I ain't talking to you, Wild Savage. Not you.
Nah. I got you. No, I'm just. What I'm saying is, I'm trying to. Nah, we taking our credit from anybody. The Islam, the Kemet,
all right, by us claiming that we started Latin and all these other shit like that, dog, we ain't no different than the Moorish story. How about that?
What, as far as colonizing?
Listen, you gotta think where that story come from. And if you don't believe me, Wild Savage, I will fucking show you on my next build.
Okay, I mean, I'm willing to look at it, but if you said we the colonizers, like what the Moors,
I never said that. I ain't never said that. See, one thing about OTK,
I'm saying
I let people have their greatness. If them motherfuckers over there have their great things, don't let them have their greatness. We need to focus in on our greatness.
They ain't got no greatness. That's what I'm saying.
I don't give a fuck if they do, dog. I leave that shit alone. I talk about the greatness we did over here. America first. We don't need to be worrying about what the fuck. We know they ain't did nothing great. Oh, but we can't say that. To us, we feel like they ain't did nothing great. But to them, they felt that they did wonders. They built pyramids and shit, so they had some type of level of technology.
Yeah, they built pyramids without help. They didn't build pyramids by themselves.
And nobody got no proof of that.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't. Dog, listen. You don't even know, Wild Savage. I'm gonna leave that alone, man.
Go ahead, go. I mean, shit.
Nah, listen. What proof we got that we went over there and built pyramids?
Cause the structures over here are older, and the technology, and if
All right. So
this
how
is
do
the oldest.
how do we date things? How do we date things to say things is older than the next? How do we use date?
I mean,
with dates? That's carbon dating, right? They testing the soil.
they testing the actual sediment of the
soil
stuff on the rocks or whatever.
Right. So let me ask you this. Say I throw a coin down right now, and after over 100 years, that coin dropped down to the 5,000 level. When they find that coin, what would they classify that coin as?
Nah, they wouldn't necessarily classify it as a 5,000 level, because they have things.
They will measure that shit on the level that it's found on.
No, not necessarily, because we have things.
No, until they get something that contradicts it. See, that's what science do. They put claims out there so it can always prove itself.
Yeah, but listen, this is what I'm saying.
Coin right now in 2025, and a major disaster can happen, and that coin drop down to the fucking stratus, to where that motherfucker read 100 years old. When they find this coin, bro, at that stratus level, they're gonna say, "Oh, this coin could possibly be 100 years old." Because why? Because we found it at this level. So you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna go back and look at coins at that era and that time to try to compare it, if they got it. But if they ain't got nothing to compare that against, that whole thing is all full hypothesis. If that makes sense.
It's an educated guess from them. Just like when they tell you.
All right, so by us going over there and doing all these things and all these languages came from us, that's an educated guess, bro. Because there's no proof. I looked. Not saying it ain't none, but I've been looking. I'm hoping somebody find it. That's why I asked you that question. All I need some kind of proof. Now, I can show you proof that they was taking American Indians in the American Indian slave trade over there. I can show you that a bunch of American Indian chiefs went over that bitch and showed them a bunch of shit. See, I can show you these things. Not saying that's true or not saying it's true or not, but I can at least show you these things and show you a writer, and I can show you that at least we got some backing on that. But right now we going off of subjectivity, man. Like, it's a subject thought. It's the perspective. If that makes sense, Wild Savage. You know what I mean? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it can be, but I mean, at the end of the day, I look at it like this.
Mm-hmm.
We have been fed a narrative, and
yes,
and we taught all these things come from different places. But as we go down and break down these places at different times, the storyline don't match up. But the only thing that we do have in common is it is prominent over here, whether it's Latin, so-called fake Hebrew, uh, Spanish, uh, shit.
I got you. I got you.
You know what I'm saying? French, whatever. You
So,
know.
in other words, you're saying because of our language and because of our alphabet and the way we use words, you're trying to say that we're the forefather or the base ground of all languages.
Yeah, because I mean, if we the first out, yeah,
I'm understand what you're saying now. Yeah, go
yeah.
ahead.
If we're going, yeah, if we're going with, I mean, if we going with we the first out the water, then
I'm not with that shit. If we've been the first off out the water, then who did we descend from?
who did we descend from? Our parents, the creator.
No. See, you ain't catch that shit just now, Wild Savage.
You said if we first out the water, who we descend from?
Yeah.
The world may never know.
Hold up.
But
Did the waters kill everybody? The flood.
no, hell no.
All right. The ones that survived, where was they at? And how did they survive?
On high land, wherever the fuck they was at. I don't think it flooded the whole world. I don't think the whole
Highland was what flooded during
huh?
the story. I said all the highlands up Midwest and all that. That's what was flooded. So say the story.
Nah, it depends on who you getting the story from.
Boy, Wild Savage, I ain't fucking with you, man.
You know who you get the story from.
I ain't fucking with you. Hey, Wild, hey, I'm gonna give you some I'm gonna give you a source. Next time I do a show, remind me to give you this source, man. You ever heard about the Peabody Museum?
Yeah, I done heard about it.
So have you ever heard about the American Indian headdress?
Yeah.
You know the story behind that?
Not right off.
All right, so check it. I want you to try to find this. It's like an 800, that bitch was like 800 something pages. It's called the Peabody Museum on the Indian headdress. So this museum has everything that the Moors took from other places. And it documents it.
You believe the Moors took it, or you
Yeah,
think
listen. Yes, because they was taking shit and putting their name on it. So once they took that American Indian headdress, when they took it back to England, they said, "Yeah, that's some more shit." So
it
now,
sound like some colonizing.
everything that they finding and they going around with, they bringing back to England. They putting that Morris title on it, that stamp and that title on it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's called the Peabody Museum, bro, on the American Indian headdress.
Okay.
And they'll show you all the shit that these niggas took and put their name on it as Moors. They act like they've been the first everywhere. I brought up doing the debate with me and Root, but then I caught myself and I said, you know what? I ain't even gonna do that. Because I even said, A1, I know you well, Source, but I know you got this shit right here during the debate, but then I caught myself and I said, you know what? I ain't even gonna do that because of Rich Neil Bay and K Glover L. Those are my spiritual teachers now. You know what I mean? Shout out to Rich Neil Bay, man. Rest in peace. But that was one of my spiritual teachers.
I got you.
So you go look that up, bro. And you're gonna be like, holy shit, OTK. I'm talking about that shit document everything that they took and put the Moorish name on.
Yeah, I check into it.
Yeah, I know you is. You's a student. You stay at the fucking library or something. So that's why I gave you that.
Yeah, man. You know, I'm building me up a little library of old stuff I'm finding.
Yeah, it's time for you to start going live though now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got some stuff I'm finna drop.
Alright.
I gotta put my number in the back. I'll put my number in the back
I got
too.
your number. I already got your number. I got it.
Okay, yeah. Give it to Darvis, because Darvis said he was trying to call me or something. Trying
Damn,
to talk
it's
to me about something.
fuck. It's 4:00. You know what? I'm gonna play this shit. Let me see. How long is this shit? 2 hours. Okay, so this like about 2 hours long. I'm gonna play this shit with me billing with Sanchez on Sanchez channel tonight. And let that shit end. Let that shit go ahead and end the show. That shit like 2 hours long. I'm gonna just let that shit play, man.
Right.
It was a good show tonight, man. Well, I go ahead and close out, man. Say something.
Man, peace and love to the fam. You know what I'm saying? We holding it down. Big Indian business or no business.
Good word. Man, shout out to Wild Savage, man. Real wild ass Indian. Good word, man. I'ma go ahead and put this on with me and Brother Sanchez. And in case ain't nobody tell y'all that they love you, man. I love y'all, man. Word. I'ma let this rock out. Oh shit. Hold up. Why ain't oh shit. Mashing around damn plus pop. I'ma let this play, man. Earlier bill with me and that I went on with Sanchez because they was talking some real life stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and let this rock, man.
So you just get down with your gang. Nowadays they just be like, niggas be like, are you from over here? You want to be GD? I'm GD too. All right, we GD.
Yep.
It's like, no, it don't work like this if ain't nobody even applying to the rules. It's
Man,
like don't nobody even go by the rules of what it means to be the shit that they claim. So it's like, if you're not really going by the rules, just don't claim that. Make your own shit, because then you water it down and give it a bad name with no respect to the shit.
And I get it, because they said, well, the gangs was about protecting the community. And if you look at it, everybody is exploiting their territory. Like, think about it. If you got 10, 12 blocks that you call your community, and these 10, 12 blocks make $30 million every week, you ain't want nobody else who ain't living in that neighborhood that comes selling drugs, selling women, or nothing. So people may say, well, it's a criminal organization. And a lot of gang members are saying, we don't do the crime in our city, somebody else will. If I'm not, so at least let me control it here. That's kind of how it got corrupted. It became more like the mob, right? But the whole thing about protecting the community is now more so protecting the gang. It's like, if you going to school in a gang-infested county like LA, and you ain't in a gang, but you from an area where a gang at, and let's say everybody hate that gang in the area you from, they can never catch nobody in that gang slipping. But the square that's from that neighborhood who ain't in the gang, he's slipping because he feel like, well, I'm not in the gang, so I can live over here where the Hoover's at, and I can date this girl that's in 60s neighborhood, because the 60s know I'm not a Hoover. The 60s gonna fuck you up. They don't care because you ain't part. If they gonna, some nigga gonna say, oh, but he from there though, but he's still from there, right? And they gonna fuck you up. They gonna make you join your gang where you from, bro. They gonna beat you up every day as a square
till you just get down with your gang. That's what I'm saying on the West Coast. But the reason I'm bringing that up is because gang recruitment is big because of that right there, fear. These gangs grow in numbers because people are scared to get beat up by the other gang that's growing in numbers, who members is scared to get beat up by your gang, and the gangs are just growing in numbers. And if you look at what's happening in the prisons, the same thing happening. A young man go to jail and he say, well, I wouldn't have joined the gang, but I'm in jail, and if I don't get with somebody, I'm gonna get my booty took. I'm gonna get my food taken from it. So you can have a young man go to prison who ain't about no gangs and stuff. He's gonna be about the gang. You just can't go to prison and keep to yourself and do your time. Somebody gonna bully you. If you're a square and you getting money brought in for your family, then some other goon gonna take your commissary. Guess what the square nigga gonna do? He gonna go get down with a gang in prison. He gonna say, look, if niggas gonna take my shit every day, I might as well share it with a gang that's protecting me. Because if instead of just get it took for nothing and get my ass beat for nothing, I can actually be splitting my shit with my gang, who let me at least keep a little of my shit and protecting me too.
Well, that's what they call it, bro. They call it joining gangs for protection. It's called protection, right, bro.
And I'm telling you, it's the number one way that gangs get most of their recruitment, which is what I'm saying about the Nation of Islam. They're thriving off the prison system, the prison pipeline system. They're growing their ranks. They're even getting high profile members who ended up getting locked up, and they need protection behind them bars, but they would have never sold a soul to a gang like the
Mike
NOI.
Tyson became a Muslim in prison.
You see what I'm saying?
Bro Sanchez, peace and love to you and the panel, man. Appreciate
peace
you
and love.
Me up, man. You know, I grew up in that. I grew up in that life. I'm from South Carolina, but 84 I moved to Chicago when my mom got married. I grew up in the Wild Hundreds, from 103rd to from 10 trade to 12-7, Calumet Park. And I'm gonna tell you like this: when I was in it and I was there, you couldn't become part of us through jail. Let that soak in. You couldn't become down. You couldn't become no GD or no vice lord in jail.
Damn. You had to get put on in the streets.
In the streets, you could not. The shit what started happening in jail is because these other races and these other factions was recruiting in jail. They started out in jail. A lot of these factions started in the prison system. The Nation of Islam been recruiting in the prison system since Garvey.
Damn, boy.
Remember Mohammedism. Now remember, all them was Mohammedism.
Yeah.
Noble Drew Ali wasn't. Matter of fact, hold up. Let me say this the right way. It's a book called The Secret Connect. Matter of fact, if you give me a chance, I'll pull it up.
I got a question for you, nigga, because I know you know some shit. Can I gotta ask y'all this one.
Noble Drew Ali did start Muhammad. That's true. That's
bro,
very true.
I gotta ask
y'all
this.
Mohammedism already was started over there. Garvey brought Mohammedism to them.
And I gotta ask you about Garvey. I gotta ask you about Garvey bringing Mohammedism and how that ties into Pan-Africanism, because it all relates. But I also want to ask you something. I've been want to ask a person like you. The Circle 7 groups, Noble Drew Ali groups, his form of Moors and all of them. Is there any connection between the Circle 7 Moors and the Black Peace Stones?
Damn, man, you talking about the 5%ers and all that, man.
No, now that's a good question, but I wouldn't say the Circle 7.
Yeah.
I say the Nation of Islam.
Okay.
That's what that is.
Remember, he became an El Rukin.
That's that
You know
now
what
it
I'm
makes
saying?
sense.
He
Cause
became an
yeah.
El Rukin when he came home. When he came home, he was El Rukin. So Black Peace Stone, you got a Black Peace Stone nation, and now you got a Black Peace Stone El Rukin nation when he came back home. And Hoover came up underneath Jeff Fort. Shout out to Hoover, man. 7-4 to the world blow. You know what I mean?
Facts. He definitely speaking facts.
He came up underneath Jeff Fort.
Yep.
You know
Listen,
what I mean? But
I've criticized a lot of brothers for saying free Larry Hoover, and what I've said was, why don't we free like the real revolutionaries? Is there something I got wrong about Larry Hoover to where he was actually targeted by the government and was actually you know, is there a history about Larry Hoover that we need to know other than what?
Yes, it's a major history, bro.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you, if he
Definitely.
didn't get incarcerated, he would have been another Fred Hampton.
Yeah, it's a community revolution in progress.
No, I'm talking about the way they did him. I ain't talking
it's
about
a reason. Put it like this, bro. It's a lot of gangsters out there, and it's a lot of gang leaders. But just the fact that they put that man in Supermax alone just shows you, like I said, the level of it's a real reason they wanted this nigga off the streets.
You got to understand.
Yeah.
He was because of what was going on with him. He was one of the first when these police started putting microphones inside people IDs without them knowing. See, it was an illegal wire shit that got him them extra years. They put it in his homeboy ID. That's how they hit him with a RICO charge with still organized crime when he been in there. That's when he got put in Supermax. Because he was able to see people at first. Remember, he been on all the Ghetto Boys CD.
Now,
that was Hoover talking on all the Ghetto Boys CD.
Yeah. And see, let me ask you something. Did Larry Hoover have, what was his, can you go into more of his connection with the NOI? Because I do know that there's like a NOI prior to Khalid Muhammad and Malcolm passing, and this kind of new NOI that I don't even think, if what y'all saying is true about Larry Hoover, he would probably criticize today's NOI too. I'm just theorizing.
All right. So when you talk about the NOI, we got to look at who started the NOI. It wasn't Malachi. It wasn't Master Farad. It was Elijah Muhammad.
You mean Farad Muhammad?
He was a Muslim first with an O.
What's the difference too? Because I've heard of the two.
The Garveyism, the Mohammedism, all of them was Garveyites, man, except for the Moorish Science Temple founder. He was there, but he didn't rock with that too much. But your boy Elijah Muhammad, he was in the class up underneath the Garveyites. So let me bring you with a connection real quick. He already knew who Malcolm X was. Malcolm X's daddy was one of the top generals of the Garveyites up underneath Garvey. All right. So Elijah Muhammad already knew who it was. So fuck all that story about somebody found him in prison. He already knew who Malcolm was. He was the last of the Garveyites. All right. So when you put that together, when you talk about Larry Hoover having a connection with the Nation of Islam, I will say not the Nation of Islam. I will say more with Mohammedism and more with that Moorish Science Temple stuff.
Yeah,
because
man.
Most of our laws is structured around the Bible. I'm gonna just say that. If you look at it, you got gangster disciples. That's biblical. You got vice lords. Biblical. You got the Black Peace Stones. That's also in the Bible. Remember, they threw the stones.
Where the Quran come in at?
The
Quran came in later.
Okay.
That came in later.
Right. That's what I
Bible
knew.
during these times. Yeah.
So if you want to ask me, I think Jeff Fort was one of the first ones to really start introducing the
That
Nation
Quran.
of Islam
Yeah.
into that
Sunni, into Sunni Islam. Yeah.
Because you want me to tell you why this is making, bro, I need this bill because I've been researching this shit for so long and I just don't get to talk to a lot of niggas who be part of this shit like these brothers. And why this is so, yeah, go ahead. You can. I need to establish a connection with you, do some interviews, man, and we can, you know, really give the, bro, you just don't know how, because check this out. The thing is like, the Circle 7 groups, the Moorish Science Temple. I'm very interested in this history of how the Quran came in later because Black nationalism wasn't even a word until then. And I'm realizing that the people that the government called the Black national radicals, they was like these Muslims that was saying an eye for an eye.
Yeah, but they had the 7 nations.
But the Quran was there, though, my brother. Check it. The Quran was there since the beginning, but it wasn't called the Quran. It was Mohammedism.
Because, you know, because they never
throws people off. That's what
it throws me off
they
too.
were still going off the Bible at that time.
You know what's deep about them going off the
Bible? They weren't even doing Salah the right way.
Hey, you right, because listen, Black folks were Christians before Islam became a thing in America, and Islam became prevalent during like the 60s, I want to say, neo-pagan movement.
I'll show you one of the first Muslims in America who was practicing Mohammedism. And he came, they brought him from the Saudi Arabia to come and fight in the Civil War.
Damn. Hey, guess what? It's deep that he said they brought him from Saudi Arabia, right? I was just finna tell the brother, I bet you the first Muslim didn't wear a bow tie. He wore like some Arabic garb and he was really on some middle.
He's the only person that ever got, listen, this is during the time of supposedly slavery. You can look this up right now.
I heard they was the first.
Look up the first Muslim, and they drew pictures of him, all paintings of this dude.
Shit that we don't talk about. That's why I hit the like and share button, man.
That's like the great warrior of Sunni Islam, Salahuddin.
So you know what they said in it? The dude who said who was talking about him, he was like, "Yo, this dude used to come in the store every day, and he used to give references of a book he read, the Mohammedism Bible. He didn't say the Quran. He said the Mohammedism Bible."
Shout out to Professor Bay in the chat room.
Yeah, shout out to them Bays, man. See, I love the MSTA because they separate themselves, man, and they saying they more is on a whole nother level. But if you don't sit down and talk with these brothers, with some real ones, you will never know that.
I got some questions for y'all. Hey, let me give a shout out to Louis Russell. Shout out, bro. Appreciate the love. He said, best show on YouTube. We love you, Sanchez. Beat and teach these young Negroes. Oh, yeah, because check it out, man. Now that I see, listen, I don't want to bash the Nation of Islam today, but I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I kind of felt like Farrakhan was kind of an agent to a grassroots movement, and now you can't really say too much about it without the nation coming out you some kind of way. But in my opinion, I think the dudes around Farrakhan know what I know, but they just too scared to say shit too. And I don't know if I got people on the panel right now, because a lot of niggas that listen, y'all may be still connected to certain shit, but my thing is this: is peace and love to it. I'm speaking.
Here's the deal, Sanchez. You know, when the nation came, man, black people was at all time low, man, spiritually, man. And so when the nation came, it made us feel like somebody, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Me too. Because listen,
that's when you get
listen,
y'all
bro,
with the big head scientists and all that. You know, we are somebody.
Man, listen, when Spike Lee made Malcolm X the double tape VHS, the flag burning. The flag was burning when it come on. Man, listen, I know y'all saying, bro, that's Hollywood, but I was a little boy. The only image of the Nation of Islam I had, unfortunately, was through Spike Lee movie when I was real young. Like I was young. And he depicted this group of black men that was militant as fuck if you play with our people. But in the same movie, he also kind of shared a little truth on how it ended kind of on some cult shit. He had to, even Farrakhan, I just played the clips. Farrakhan, you can see how he acting like, look, Malcolm shouldn't have been talking about Elijah. You talk about the leader, you die. Everybody know that's some cult shit. That's gang culture, mob culture. And that's why I did this video to show, look, the Nation of Islam, just like the gangs, you more likely to join it because you scared that the enemy gonna fuck you up. So a person in jail.
Can you imagine?
Bro Sanchez, check your email real quick. I just sent you a jewel. Nobody else got this. I shocked some bays when I brought this out. They didn't even know that. Check your email. It should say open the knowledge.
It got oh shit, Madon emailed me. He said, West Coast Cam wanna holler at you if you got smoke for Minister Farrakhan on West Coast Cam at YouTube. Damn.
Man, nobody got smoke with Farrakhan. He was great.
Listen. Here's my thing about Farrakhan. I got smoke with him, but it ain't like it is like I'm a gangster with that kind of smoke. My smoke is, I think he had something to do with Malcolm being unalived, and he's proud of it. On the Lowski, on some OG of a gang, you talking crazy about the set, and we did what we had to do type shit. Mob shit.
I feel like he used to be proud of it, but now he regret it.
If he wasn't, he would have never vouched for Malcolm's daughter to get out after the assassination attempt. Remember, he vouched for him. That's when they sat down and had the meeting. Remember, he did the interview with the daughter and the mom of them boys.
He did. You know what did the daughter and mama actually conclude?
The daughter
with?
had an assassination plot against
his
dad.
That's true. That's very true. Now think about this, bro. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of people were so-called, went against the Nation of Islam, think that he's talking about the messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the messenger of God. You see how they put Elijah with Muhammad, the way they had him on a pedestal? You are talking about the messenger of God.
And my thing is, that's what make your shit a cult, because look, if you look at
different than the fucking Pope.
Watch this, right? Open the knowledge, because you know this shit. The Muslims in the Middle East, they tell they people jihad rules like, listen, when you go and killing an enemy, you're protecting God's work and God's agenda. You dying in the name of Allah. So like,
called jihad. That's called jihad.
You feel me? So what the black Muslims in America doing, instead of them telling niggas to die for the righteousness and for what the goal of Allah is, to me, I think it's more die to protect our leader, and that makes it a cult, not really a religion, so to speak. Like, but I do think that when the brother was talking about the first Muslim, see, that's opening up my mind to the fact that Islam wasn't introduced in America through Farad Muhammad. I never thought of that. Maybe it was introduced in a more uncorrupted way, that because the government like to co-opt everything. What if what the brother saying that was an original form of Islam that was anti-establishment, and then they came with the Nation of Islam for black people to make us go toward that? Because look, Malcolm X had his own thing that was going to be separate from the NOI. It seemed like today, if you want to be a black Muslim, the first thing we think about is the NOI, like they got a monopoly on Islam to black people. And that's
you have to understand, bro. They took the Nation of Islam as a spinoff from Saudi Islam, bro. It's a spinoff from the original Islam. It started with Prophet Muhammad. Let's be real, bro. That's what that is.
No, if it started from Prophet Muhammad, then it would be Mohammedism.
I'm talking about the Prophet from 430 to 16, 17 years ago.
What happened? What we talking about? The Muhammad out the Bible or the Muhammad out the Quran?
I'm talking about the Muhammad out the. I'm talking about
as the same people when they ain't.
I'm talking about the Muhammad out the Quran.
It's a Muhammad in the Bible.
Yes, it is.
I ain't know that.
Yes,
that's crazy.
And he's a forefather.
I'm talking to Muhammad when the man who was a poor man married a rich wife was in the cave and he saw the angel Gabriel told him to Iqra, read in the name of your Lord. That's what I'm talking about.
So wouldn't that wouldn't be in his life works would not be in the Quran, correct? That would be in the
Sunni. They'll be in the
right. So that would be like a story
the sayings of the prophet.
Right. So that would be like a story of Jesus, right?
You know,
a lot of similarities.
All right then. So now let's stay inside the Mohammedanism Bible.
Okay, all right.
What later became the Quran.
Well,
what did that have to do with Muhammad?
Well, the Quran is just sayings of the prophet, which was
Quran came out to try to perfect the Bible, bro.
It's like a continuation of Revelation.
But this the thing though that people don't tell, that the people who follow Islam, that's from Isaac.
That's true.
Ishmael.
That's true. Ishmael.
Isaac is
Ishmael.
Isaac is. Hold on, bro. Calm down. I asked you a question, but let me teach you a little bit real quick, and then you teach me back.
Okay, let's go.
So your boy Isaac is the second born, who is the progenitor of the Israelites.
That's right.
Your boy Ishmael, Abraham firstborn, is the progenitor of the Ishmaelites that later became the Mohammedisms and later became Islam.
You're right. His mother name had.
Look at the story, David and Goliath.
Yes.
The Ishmaelites are the Philistines.
That's right.
It's no different than the war that's going on right now. Two brothers warring with each other. Okay,
I agree.
All right. So if you're gonna go any farther than that, we gotta speak the real about that shit.
That's you're right, bro. You're right.
Okay,
you're right.
You don't need to sugarcoat nothing. Ain't nobody knocking the Quran. Ain't nobody knocking the Bible. If that's what help you progress and help you move on, then so forth. I don't deal with people's beliefs. But now, if we're gonna talk the truth, if that's your belief system, then you need to talk the truth. See, I was born into this AME stuff in the South, but once I found out the truth, I teach it the right way. I'm not gonna let you sugarcoat. You got to take the good and the bad.
That's true.
Okay, bad.
True.
All right, go ahead.
So
now you teach me. Go ahead, bro. Your turn.
Well, like I know every religion, the deen of Islam come from war, and where the Crusades and all that come from. Are you knowledgeable on that?
Yes, but see, the thing is though, the first form of Islam wasn't about war.
It wasn't. That true.
The whole book about the Quran pretty much is peace. But then you got these people that be reading the Quran that's mixed with the Talmud. Are you
with the Talmud? Yeah, you got it.
All right, then. These are where your jihadists come from, bro.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
They read this extremist out. Man, let me stop. Go ahead, bro. You teach.
You got it, bro. No, you taking me back, bro. I have been practicing the deen for a minute. I'm spiritual now, bro. But it's been over 10 years, and I did all that at that time. But I keep up with it. You know what I'm saying?
Donald Trump is getting.
Hey, Cousin Sanchez, whenever you ready to do a bill, man. Remember, I told you I'm gonna prove to you that. Remember, I told you now about the American Indian stuff, because you know that's what I stand on. But when it come down to this biblical stuff, I'm serious person that.
The Quran is nice.
Pretty much religion, period. Religion.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, so that's what's up, man. I'm definitely gonna be looking forward to building with you, and I got a lot of questions for you. Interviews, I definitely want like this. Hey, man, is that Farrakhan is leader, I'll conclude with this. In my opinion, I think it is a group that is against black people, and that it is basically a business of I can't say human trafficking, but I'm listening, right? That it benefits a nigga going protect us, and they say, black, you got to serve our fearless, like you got to be in a cult or something. Now, ain't nothing wrong with that. The gang, like I said, the gangs do it. But the thing about the NOI, it presents itself as this sort of black nationalistic group. And that would be like the Crips doing that or the Bloods doing that. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to be, but but that's the way I look at it. I just wanted to do this whole stream to say I never, after a certain point when Malcolm died, I started to look at the Nation of Islam like a black mafia, like sort of crime family, especially how they carried out the murder of Malcolm X. It was execution style. It was mafia shit. Not only of it was NOI members who was black, they did that shit like motherfucking the mafia, the Crips, the Bloods do it. And that was when I went from wanting to be in the Nation of Islam. Malcolm X made me want to be in the Nation of Islam. Farrakhan made me hate the Nation of Islam. I'm just being honest with y'all.
And
Hell,
that's the thing. And
100.
that's the whole thing. Your boy Farrakhan, not Farrakhan, Elijah. So you seen what I sent you? Did you get those? I sent you 2 other emails too. I want to make sure you get those, bro, so you can follow along with what I'm saying. Did you get those other 2 emails I sent you? It should be 3 altogether, bro, Sanchez.
Where you sending them from?
Open the knowledge and the email. Check your email.
So you must be sending them to the wrong joint. Mine is talktoBroSanchez@gmail.com.
Oh, it ain't Bro Sanchez no more.
It's talktoBroSanchez@gmail.com. Let me.
Email, man. I got that. Damn, I got the Bro Sanchez@gmail.com. Man, I got your very first one. I told you I've been watching you damn near for a year. I used to be in your chat. Okay.
It's always been talked to. Yeah, talktoBroSanchez@gmail.
Talk to Bro Sanchez. Okay, I'm gonna mute up real quick. I'm gonna send you these 3 things real quick, and then when you get them 3 things, let me know. I'll let somebody else talk, man, real quick. My bad.
Now I'll say this too. Madon, I just thought about something. So Madon is listening in from the shadows. Salutes to Madon. What I would ask Madon is, do he have any smoke for me versus Cam? But I will reach out to Cam and I will let it be known. Yeah, I think that Farrakhan is an implant. Implants are a real thing. I think that before Farrakhan was the leader of the NOI, I think that it was more of a threat to the establishment. Now I think that they are just a joke when it comes to any kind of threat as far as the establishment. That's just me personally, and I think that they just working with the establishment now. Farrakhan is capitalizing in the same off of the same conditions that the establishment capitalized off of, which is, like I said, a prison pipeline system. So any guy that come defend Farrakhan, I'm going to ask them, and I hope they don't be offended. But my first question I'm going to ask you is, did you serve prison time? If you say yes, I'm going to say, did you join the NOI in prison? If you say yes, I'm going to want you to know now, I'm going to hold that against you now. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with you doing that. But my whole thing is, you can't sell the Nation of Islam off as a solution for black people in America. You got to call it for what it is. It is a prison-based recruitment organization that is salvation to guys behind bars. And listen, if I was behind bars, I would join it too. And I better never get locked up, because the way I'm talking now, they wouldn't let me in. So let me hope I never get my ass locked up. But check this out, right? I'm gonna say this now. I'm doing this video for the youngins out there to realize everything ain't what you think. And I used to have this fantasy about the Nation of Islam, and it was killed when Malcolm died. And when I played videos of the way Farrakhan was speaking about Malcolm after the fact, and you like, yeah, man, his mouth got him in trouble. You mean to tell me Malcolm spoke about the white man his whole life as a devil and no white man killed him? It makes me think that the black man is more of a devil, because we're calling the white man a devil, and the white man let us call him that without killing us. The white man let us say whatever we want about him and still give us freedom of speech. But the moment I say something about Farrakhan, you gonna take another black young man and throw his life away to protect the ego of Farrakhan, because my words ain't threatening Farrakhan life. By me saying his name Permacon and that he's an agent and he working with them. You dissing they set. It ain't gonna be the OG that kill you. It's gonna be a young boy with a future that I in, and he's gonna end up in jail while the leader's still out saying peace and love. I just can't respect Farrakhan. I can't. Especially when in my mind, I believe as a conspiracy, he got something to do with Malcolm. Just so you can work with the small hats and sell your people out. That's my theory about the man. So if anybody want to defend him, remember, I can talk this way because I never sought salvation for the Nation of Islam. I'm not indebted to them. If the Nation of Islam would have saved my life behind bars, I wouldn't dare be talking like this, man. Even if I felt this way, I wouldn't say it. Because, man, when I was locked up, they was there for me, man. They protected my butt. And how can I go in on Farrakhan, even if he is everything I'm saying he is? Saying that I'm not going to be saying all this about him. But because I'm not indebted to them, I'm not indebted to anyone, I can speak freely about what everyone's agenda. And what you can take from it is you're a young nigga, man. If you want to be able to speak freely like me, number one, understand that ain't gonna be the white man that killed you because you spoke out about black. I can talk much shit about Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Bill Gates. I do that today. Tell you about the games, the black Muslims. I'm gonna tell you what's sad about Sanchez. The groups that should be protecting me because I'm speaking out against the government, because I'm speaking out against the people that's trying to exterminate black folks. I gotta watch my back more from them than Elon Musk, because remember, They in the bed with the small hats. I keep telling you, black young men out there, when you start speaking truth to your people, you don't got to worry about the big white corporations you're exposing coming to get you. You got to worry about black people that's trying to work with them and be in the bed with them coming to take out the trash, as they call it, among your own kind. Yeah, the white man will never have to come to the hood to silence a voice like Malcolm X. He got a crab in a bucket mentality among black men, to where if there's a leader that's going to rise up, that's a real threat, he'll get the people right next to you to take you out. And that's what happened to Malcolm. Malcolm was naive. Malcolm joined a group that he thought was really going against the government, but he didn't realize they was just a controlled opposition, and that they weren't really going against the government. They was working with the government to be a safe, violent movement, if that make any sense, because black people wanted to get violent, and the government said, look, black people want violence. We don't need them niggas trying to start some kind of violent organization. So we will start that violent organization for them, and we will make sure it never really get violent. In fact, if there's anybody in that group that's talking about getting too violent, we'll get rid of them too. And rest in peace, Khalid Muhammad and Malcolm X. People thought the NOI was a violent movement. It was the government's interpretation, rendition of a violent black movement. In my theory, in my opinion. You know what belonged to the people in power.
Your opinion hitting right now. Go ahead, bro.
And I'm just saying it because we know what belong to these people. Whatever that belong to them, they control it. For example, if Sanchez belonged to the government, I wouldn't be able to talk like this unless I'm controlled opposition. One thing about controlled opposition, they can only say enough to make you mad at somebody other than the government. So, for example, if I was up here telling you all what I'm telling you right now, but instead of telling you that the black leaders are working with the government, what if I was saying the white man keeping us down? Then you would know I was an agent, versus me telling you that our black leaders are working with the white man, and the white man ain't doing shit directly. If the white man want a nigga that's talking too much touched, he can get somebody in your own, he can get a black organization in your own hood to off you before he ever send the Proud Boys or the Klan. This is what y'all don't realize. The reach of these people. Like, think about that. I keep saying it. Malcolm X and Khalid Muhammad talk so much shit about white people, but they didn't die at the hands of white people. Now, it's a conspiracy of how Khalid Muhammad died, but I got my theories. I ain't gonna go into them. But just know that I think they all lead back to black people. That's all I'm gonna say. The same black people that killed Malcolm X, they silenced them first. Think about why I don't like the Nation of Islam. When Malcolm X was talking shit about the white man, they said, shut up, don't talk about that white man. Then when Malcolm X said something about the black leader, they killed him. So just think about that, rub it around your mind a minute. The Nation of Islam saying, we ain't gonna allow you to talk shit about the white man, because think about this, if you're a black leader and you as powerful as Malcolm, your voice should never be silenced, because tell me anything that Malcolm ever said where he was wrong. You don't silence Malcolm till he start telling lies. If Malcolm said, well, I don't care about that white president dying, good riddance. How is that any different than you calling the white man a devil? See, if Malcolm would have said, I don't care nothing about when a cracker die. I don't like white people. White people are trash. And The chickens came home to roost. They want to silence Malcolm. But Malcolm talked about a president that was highly respected by the small hats. See, I keep telling you, look who you can't criticize. When you say something about somebody that's really somebody, they can get your own group to shut you the fuck up. The Nation of Islam ain't never shut Malcolm up for talking crap about white folks. But if this president is a white man, why the hell is he off limits? Why the fuck you shut my mouth up about this one particular white man if it's okay to call all white people a devil? You silencing a black leader who voice is powerful because he said something about this. What's the favoritism? I'm showing y'all. You can call the white folks a devil, but yet the Nation of Islam can do a deal with Ron L. Hubbard. Ron L. Hubbard is a racist white dude with a Scientology agenda, promote manifest destiny in his own weird way. So let me get this straight. The white man is a devil, but you can do deals with the same white man that is a devil. And I can say the white man is a devil as long as I don't talk about the white devils you buddy with. So in other words, all the broke ass white people are devils, but not your rich white ass buddies. I can't call them and go to talking shit about them because you will silence me like you did Malcolm. That's my problem with it, man. Yeah, the white man a devil, and still you start talking about the white man cutting my check. He ain't a devil. But them other broke motherfuckers that ain't doing nothing for me, man, yeah, them bitches is devils, yeah. I can't get jiggy with that.
The lower number maybe.
I'm gonna play the video if ain't nobody want to interject. That was my whole thing.
Can I touch on a couple of points real quick, man? Just to back up what you were saying, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So check your email. First of all, check your email now. You get those 3 emails from Open and Knowledge. I don't want to say my real email out on public, but it should be 3 of them back to back, bro. With those 3, first of all, that goddamn book I sent you is enough. That'll give you everything you need to know. So what Khaled brought out, yeah. That's your first Muslim who got painted. That was practicing Mohammedism. In New York area, out that way. 1819 now. This the height of the transatlantic slave trade now.
Yeah, that's that first black. I ain't gonna play too much because they might strike me. But yeah,
no, they ain't gonna strike you. That's PBS, bro.
Okay,
I'm a proud supporter of PBS. That's a public broadcasting service, so that's open to public. You can't get strike over that.
Okay.
Yeah, shit, yeah. That's PBS. Now that's your boy Bill Gates. Gates when he first came out. Henry Louis Gates or whatever his name is. Mm-hmm. Remember, he been that PBS dude.
See, this is 23 minutes. I'm gonna watch this and I'm gonna we got to do something on this.
And then critique it. Yes. But pull up the book real quick.
Okay, I got you.
Because I want people to know that what I come on and what I say, I got something to back that shit up. And a lot of people didn't know. Not that one. That's the one where they was bringing people from Africa and shit like that come and fight in the Civil War, and they was getting labeled as Indian. Yeah, review that right there. And they was Muslims now, so they was coming from Muslim countries of Africa and coming across here fighting in the Civil War and getting classified as Indian. That's another one to look at. That's another dagger. Yeah.
That's crazy.
So look up that third one I give you with that book, bro.
I only got 2 from you.
No, it should be a third one before. It should be something I sent you before all them. In between those.
I'm gonna refresh.
Because
Yeah.
that
Got
that
one
right
from
there,
got one from you at 8:15, one at 8:17, but I don't got a third one though. But yeah, I'm gonna check these videos out for sure. You can resend the book link if you want. But I just want to say something real quick about the Scientology shit. When people research Scientology and why the Nation of Islam, how many of y'all know why the Nation of Islam merged with Scientology? Let me ask that. If you don't, I'm gonna let you know right now. See, the Nation of Islam merged with Scientology because the Ron L. Hubbard invented something called auditing. Auditing is the core spiritual counseling practice of Scientology. It's a one-on-one session between what's called a pre-clear, that's the person being audited, and the auditor, which is called a counselor. And the goal is to help the person uncover and clear engrams, which are mental and emotional trauma stored in the reactive mind, which supposedly control behavior subconsciously. Now, here's you may say, what's wrong with that, Sanchez? They hook you up to this right here. This is called an e-meter. Can y'all see my screen share? You see this, guys?
yeah, we can see it. E-meter,
So,
also known as electric.
I'll just make it sure. When a person in the Nation of Islam, because they merged with Scientology, everything now, I keep telling y'all, all of the religious leaders is going to help bring in the transhuman shit. We're going to merge with AI, but they got to start finding ways to incorporate technology into their spirit. Excuse me. They got to start finding ways to incorporate technology into their spiritual practices. And we seeing more groups do that. But with Scientology, it's called Scientology because they use science and technology in unison with spirituality, which is what the transhuman AI end goal is all about. Because if you're a Muslim, because they merge with Scientology now, when you get audited, which is part of Farrakhan's religion, you got to literally hook yourself up to one of these and talk to a motherfucker like you're a Catholic. Watch this, right? Listen to this. If you think I'm just picking on the man, think about this. I got a problem with the Catholics where you go and confess your whole life to a motherfucker behind a window and he just as evil as your ass. He need to be confessing to your ass. Now you going to sit there behind the thing to talk to him, and he asking you about what you doing with your wife and stuff, and he getting turned on. You think he trying to help your ass. He being nosy. This shit sick. Listen here. The Nation of Islam is becoming more and more like the papacy, which is the synagogue of Satan, the Vatican. And what are they bringing in now on their people without them telling them? They bringing in auditing, which is that's why I told you, you don't see this shit in the Middle East. But in the Nation of Islam, you got to confess your sins. In the Nation of Islam, you got to wait on Allah to come fight for you. But in real Islam, they will go fight for themselves. You know that, nigga. Look at the Taliban. They ain't waiting on Allah to do no fighting. Let me tell you something about real Islam. They ain't waiting on no Allah to come do some fighting. That's my thing with the Nation of Islam, because when I was a young black boy, what made me fall in love with them was that I was tired of waiting on a God to fight for me, man. I was in the military. I'm ready to fight and do and for what's right in the world. And you had this group giving me that image. And I realized, no, I'm fighting for the leader of the group. And I realized with the American military, I'm not fighting for the people either, that I'm fighting for the leaders of the world and the elite. And it hurt my heart to see that everybody running game on my ass. But it even hurt even more that the world can't see the game. The crazy thing about it is, why do a person go to the church? Because life beating their ass. Why do a person join Islam? They went to prison and the bully beating their ass. Why now? Now you join the Nation of Islam, they got some called auditing, which is their form of you confessing to a motherfucker that's probably more evil than you. And he hooking you up to like a lie detector test. E-meter, also known as an electropsychometer, or Hubbard, Ron L. Hubbard, is an electronic device. It's called a Hubbard electrometer. It's used in Scientology auditing. Let's read this to them. Take the chat box off. They can read along. I'm going to highlight it. You see this? This is what we're reading. It is designed to measure a person's spiritual state or changes in state, and it is used to locate areas of spiritual distress. You got to ask yourself, guys. Now, we got some coming in where in the future, they want to hook everybody up to the internet. And when everybody is transhuman hooked up to the IoT, they're going to give you a social credit score, not only based on how you behave outwardly, but what they can detect inwardly through them monitoring your body at all times, thoughts and feelings. In Scientology, they basically got their own form of a lie detector test. They asking you basically to confess, to vent. Tell us in your life, basically, whatever they doing in the Catholic Church. Tell us your confessions. And what's so deep about Scientology, they taking it to the next level, and they using science to audit. Because what are they basically saying? Instead of saying, I'm going to read on it, say, the E-meter is based on measuring the galvanic skin response, or GSR, which is a measure of the electrical resistance of the skin. Now watch this. Let's read on. In Scientology, this resistance is interpreted as reflecting an individual's emotional state or thoughts. And the E-meter is used to guide auditing sessions. It's basically used like a police interrogating you with the lie detector test. And the police basically going to ask you questions. And they telling you, look, don't lie, tell the truth. If you're not true with your spirit, my little meter gonna go off. So Scientology taking this thing to the next level other than the Catholic Church. Imagine if the father showed up and said, okay, during confession, we doing lie detector test now, because I don't think y'all confessing the truth to me. You're hiding stuff. And I want to make sure that you telling me everything. Y'all will be like, what the hell? But that's literally what Scientology is. The papacy on steroids, and people don't even know it. But watch this, right? Here's the thing. People may say I'm reaching, but guess what? The meter is jumping to distress. Of course, if I ask you, did you cheat on your wife last night, man? The meter gonna jump. And guess what? They telling you, oh, that's spiritual distress. We got to help you get rid of spiritual distress. That means punishment. See, in a police setting, because you made the lie detector go off, you get punished. You may have to serve time. In Scientology, when you move the meter a certain way, they say, oh, that's spiritual distress. And guess what? Now they can't have you spiritually distressed now. You don't want the meter to move, because now we got to do something for those that's spiritually distressed. Now, a person got to be dumb to think. He asking me a question that I'm supposed to be venting. Everybody in Scientology, if they're a good person, they supposed to tell the truth, right? If you are showing distress, there must be something wrong with you. Maybe you're not being truthful. But this is the whole game they play. It's a fucking interrogation. Because the thing is this, man. In the mob, they got to know everything about you. Your brothers know if you cheating, even if your wife don't. And all I'm saying is all of this shit is like a cult. Because in a cult, The cult leader know everything about everybody, but don't nobody know nothing about the cult leader. And that makes me wonder, who is the father confessing to? See that? Go back to what I just said. The father know everybody business. Who cheating on who, everybody confessions, but he don't confess to nobody. He don't get the e-meter. I'm trying to show you, see, we will criticize, you will have niggas in the Nation of Islam talking shit about the Catholic Church when they practicing Scientology and they worse than the Catholic Church. But you won't know that until Sanchez break it down this way. Everybody in bed with the Zionist Jews. Don't matter what the hell you think you part of. It all leads back to the damn controllers. You're a damn Jew. Well, Sanchez, I'm a gang member, nigga, you a small hat. I'm a Muslim, nigga, you a small hat. I'm a Mason, nigga, you a small hat. I don't give a fuck what you think you are. If you trying to get money in a world, you gonna become one of them. Ain't no individuality with these people. You either one of them or you ain't. Now they'll give the illusion of diversity. I'm a Democrat, you're a small hat. I'm a Republican, you a damn small hat. Everybody that think they somebody and think they this or they that, your leader is working for the small hats. At the end of all these organizations is a leader that's in bed with the damn small hats. Ain't none of y'all different. You're just small hats, man. But Sanchez, I'm a Knights Templar. You're a damn small hat. But Sanchez, I'm a AKA. I'm a fucking alpha. You're a damn small hat, son. Shut your mouth. Anybody, you know a nigga who ain't a small hat, they can talk like this. But now to talk like this, you're going to be lonely because everybody knows somebody that's something. I got family members that's Christians, Muslims. They fraternity members, they Masons, they Republicans, they Democrats. I'm not none of that shit. And you want to know why I'm so lonely? Because I'm telling everybody that think they something, you're just a small hat. And they telling me, you just a tinfoil hatter. You just a conspiracy theorist. And they telling me, Sanchez, you ain't nothing. And I'm saying, that's the goal, motherfucker. You act like I'm mad because I'm not nothing. And everybody show up bragging about what they is. I'm a Crip, I'm a Blood, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian, I'm a Buddhist, I'm a Republican, I'm a conservative nigga, I ain't nothing. I'm just a nigga smoking weed, thinking for myself. And I'm so proud to just be simply that. That's boring though. You ain't nothing. Ah, man, that nigga ain't nothing. Yeah, that's pure. Nothing controls me. I'm not a part of nothing. He ain't a part of nothing. Why y'all listening to a nigga that ain't a part of nothing? Because he ain't a part of nothing, because they can trust me. They know I'm telling you how I feel and not how my group feel, not how my leader feel. Shout out to Lewis Russell. Small hats control black media and the black church. Big fact. Is all, you know what I'm saying?
$30, $40, $50 somewhere in your dorm trying to find out what's going on with you in the Aki.
But who is Terrence Gangsta, a New Orleans street criminal back in the 1990s? At first, he was a part of a street gang called Hot Boys. He then moved on to start dealing with illegal substances. He was caught by the FBI through wiretap.
Let me respond to Lord Chief Jaguar. He said y'all love small hats money, But see, that's how slaves think. I don't love small hats money. I love the opportunities and power, positions of power that money can put me in. See, if a person just love money, it's because they like to buy clothes and buy bullshit. But if a person love making money, it's because that person is power hungry. They'll spend every dollar they got just to control some shit. See, but you'll save up your money to go buy bullshit to make other people think you got power. But you got people that are literally use their money to put them into better positions of power. And people will show up and say, you love money. I love getting ahead, motherfucker. If I can do that without money, I'll do it. If we was exchanging gold and sugar, nigga, you probably show up and say, Sanchez loves sugar. No, I like the position that trading this sugar got my family in. See, only a dummy will say, y'all love this money, though. No, see, we're not the same. I like power. Now, I'm getting up every day trying to get money just like you. But I don't love the money. I just know I need it to manifest my agenda. You love the money. That's why you think I'm like you. I'm not attached to the money. I'm attached on what it can do for me. Which is why, guess what? I don't hold money for long. I invest it into something that can make me more of it. I'm not fucking sleeping with money and kissing on it like Brother Polite and them. Every dollar I get, I say, now what I'm going to spend this on to make more money. And it ain't because I love money. It's because, guess what? I love power. I know that I can empower myself to be in a position where I don't got to rely on the oppressor. I know that if I get my money right, I can go off the grid. I can get me some land. I can get me more guns, more resources, more seeds. That's the shit I love. I want me a goddamn RV so I can be mobile and shit like that. I'm thinking about going back to Bama, getting land. I've learned how to fuck up money. I've been on YouTube long enough. I've spent money on bullshit. And then I've wisened up and realized I've been a damn fool with money. So at this point in my life, I'm too wise to be using my money on anything other than to prepare. Because I don't see America being the same in the next 10 years. I see this thing falling apart. And Trump is doing that right now. He's helping start that off. So if you still in love with money and you ain't saying, hey, I just need some money to secure myself and to make sure that I'm Gucci. And that ain't that a person in love with money. That person in love with security. That person in love with resources. And we got to be clear on that. There are a lot of people that just love money. They like to make the telephone, the money spreads on the gram. They like to wear Louis, Gucci, and that's why they love money, because they love things. They're consumers. They don't know how to translate their money to power, but they know how to look powerful by putting on a bunch of shit. But if some actually went down, you will realize these people have not secured a damn thing for themselves as far as resources, land, and like on some real militant shit. Very few of them. I ain't gonna even put them all in a box. Not all, but very few. But yeah, man, let's peep this video. Shout out to my brother Louis Russell once again. I love power. Money give me to buy for my wife and sweet children. That's what I'm saying. See, and I'm not hacking nobody that's buying them that like to maybe buy you some clothes, jewelry, and shit. But if a nigga say, look, Sanchez, I got land. I got resources, nigga, I'm balling. Like I got this, that, nigga, this is just extra shit. Because there are a lot of rappers and entertainers. Yeah, they wear a lot of jewelry and stuff like that. But guess what, though? Trust me. They got an underground bunker somewhere, a silo. They ain't stupid like they fans. I don't care what nobody say. These entertainers and rappers will get their fans to misuse the money. But I do think, unless you these young, just dumbass rappers, yeah, if I was rich as hell like that, I'd definitely have me somewhere where I can go to fuck off grid if something real bad happened.
As he had been plotting to fatally injure some dealers from New York.
Think Boosie got his own little city in the woods that's self-sustaining, his own electric grid. That's easy shit if you got your money right, though.
He had been hoping to get paid for the substances they had shipped to one of his associates, but was caught making the plan on the phone. Having spent almost 3 decades in prison, Terrence...
Somebody said, brother Omar Sanchez Johnson, that is very corny. That is so corny that I'm not even popping my popcorn tonight, nigga. You ruined it.
Discover the strong influence Muslims have in prison and the gang culture that exists within the boundaries. Despite most inmates being Christians, Terrence Williams revealed that Muslims had the largest influence out of every...
Now, I'm going to tell y'all some weird shit about Brother Sanchez. I like my popcorn slightly burnt, nigga. Now, you may say that's weird, but try it. Burnt popcorn tastes good. Burn it just a little bit. Let's go.
Every other group, and that could be attributed to their very strong and harmonious bond with one another. If you hurt one of them, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Due to their dedication to Islam, which also heavily emphasizes on the importance of brotherhood and unity, many Muslims stick together and protect each other regardless. If you hurt a Muslim inmate, many of them will make sure to get revenge for their brothers. Terrence has even accepted Islam during his incarceration and has become a practicing Muslim. He's often seen discussing Islam and sharing his knowledge.
Do you believe in karma then and now?
I believe whatever plan God has for you is going to happen. You know, I'm about to be a Muslim. We always say the qadr of Allah is called the divine decree. We don't believe in good luck or bad luck. We just believe whatever happens by the will of God, whether it's good or bad, God allowed to happen. We just say alhamdulillah. I mean, all pray. How Christians say hallelujah. In Arabic, if you look up alhamdulillah, that's what that means. It's all praise due to God.
But there is not just one account of an ex-convict discussing the culture of Muslim inmates. Paul Simmons, a British man convicted of burglary and robbery of first degree, had some insights to share as well. After spending 22 years in prison, Paul shares his experience in prison, especially on how Muslims form gangs in prison and how they stick together and have another's back in any situation.
Now, guess what now? Now, this what y'all ain't realizing. That just went over y'all head. That's why I played the whole video. This man said Muslims is forming the gangs. So look, this made me think, what if a lot of these sects that's popping up, because it's a lot of little modern gangs that I've been peeping, and maybe it's just me, it's been around, but I'm just peeping it. It's a lot of gangs, whether it be Crip, Blood, GD, or whatever, they will be tied to a lot of religious organizations. And that shit will be tied into their symbolism, they whole shit. And you'll be like, damn, why is a certain gang tied to a certain religious organization? And then you start going into this rabbit hole that I'm in right now.
The Muslim gangs, right? They are crazy, right? They're a different breed. It's not now. I don't want to sort of put them in a box, if you know what I mean. But I have to say.
But what made me so fascinated with this, because I was like, that is so crazy when you learn the truth about the world. That what if you find out that the religious organizations are creating the gangs while telling us they trying to stop the gangs, nigga. And that the only way they can recruit and get people into their religious organizations is through this sort of system they got here. It's kind of like this, right? A lot of diehard loyal Christians, they ran to the church because they was really going through something in life. And if they weren't going through something in life, they probably would have never became a member of the church. So what if, like how the church did, the church said, people don't want to become members because people ain't struggling. And the church really went round on crusades and conquests and caused suffering and pain to enforce Christianity on people because they knew the people would not accept Christianity if they weren't in a situation of desperation. Why would I kneel to a fucking foreign god? And if all of these gangs is so powerful and full of black men, why don't they serve foreign gods? Because even the Nation of Islam serving sand niggas, and all the other Crips and Bloods will tell you, I'm a man of God, I'm a Christian, but I'm still a gangster. So wait a minute. If a black man disrespect you, you'll blow his head off. Jesus every day and he hung your ancestors. You ain't got to smoke for him. See, all of these gang members got that mentality because they are. When you ask them why we don't retaliate against the white man, they say because he the devil and God gave the devil power to rule over man. Nation of Islam want y'all to call the white man the devil so much. Because if you look at this, if you realize it's a psychological mind fuck. It's if the devil is the source of all your evil, you can't really about it because God is sanctioning the devil's actions. The devil can't allow. So now what they're doing is giving that you can't do nothing about. But if you didn't have this religion, I would give you a fuck your enemies, and even as they exterminate you, it's better to be exterminated than be a bitch at the bottom for your whole people's generations, nigga. If you around the world that's practicing Islam, they will fight this white man even though he got guns and bombs. The Nation of Islam ain't damn Islam. They in the bed with the damn devil, and they want to be just like all other gang members and stuff that terrorize their own people while working with the damn enemy, and I'm getting tired of it. Somebody got to get fearless. It got to be a bunch of regular men and grassroots dudes that say, yeah, we're outnumbered. Yeah, they got all the media. Yeah, they got all the power, all the leaders and all the money. But guess what I got? That we can't go no lower than this, nigga. If you at the bottom, guess what? You ain't got shit to lose, nigga. You got everything to gain. You can't even lose your life. You gonna get that back. Only thing you can't get back is your dignity, man. Once you proven to your little boy you're a coward. See, what you telling a black boy that's looking at you, kneel to a white deity, a foreign deity, but you ain't gonna back down to a black man. Let that nigga look at you wrong. It's up and it's stuck. But see, when it come to, that's what I'm saying about the gang members. The gang members will do they Hajjs and jihads and Ramadans and all of these words, Samajis or whatever they call all this shit. And they will get on their knees and blah, 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 to Allah and do all that. And they'll blow your brains out, nigga. But they will not do that to the oppressor. You got a bunch of gangs in the prison killing each other, and the whole damn prison is only being guarded by a few COs. The warden ain't even there. Ain't but a few, nigga, they underpaying the correctional officers, and they ain't even staffing the motherfucker like that. It's understaffed. If the prisoners wanted to rise up right now, they could. But guess what all of them know? Once we get outside, then what's going to happen? We going to die. And that's the way the average person think. If I fight for my freedom right now, once the fight start, and I make it out of my condition, I may die. In other words, fighting for my freedom, I may not get it in the fight, but my next generation may. Think about this now. If every prisoner came together against the prison system industry, they will stop being harvested. If every human came together against the government, we will stop being citizens that's harvested to be consumers. See, the prison is a result of a mentality that we're allowing them to capitalize off of based of us becoming what they want us to become, which is another nigga we can predict his actions. He gonna end up in hella jail before he 25. So as long as I build a lot of prisons and a lot of cemeteries, I'm good for these stupid ass niggas. And that's what they think about you. Because if I was a damn farmer, that's what I would think about my cattle. As long as I got enough places to bury these cows at and house these cows, then I'm good. See, they thinking like farmers and you're like cattle. I need places to put the dumb ones at. I need places to put the fucking ill ones at. That's the hospital. It's a housing situation for the people in power. I need places to put the ones that ain't gonna fight. That's called a 9 to 5 and a church congregation. And I need places to put the ones that, as long as they got places for every animal on a farm, you can't just keep all the cows together. You got to categorize them. Some cows are sick. Put them over there. Some cows like to fight. Put them over there. Some of my cows like to teach the other cows how to break off the goddamn farm, so we may end up having to turn them motherfuckers to hamburgers. Them the bro Sanchez's. But let me quit playing with y'all. Let me share the mic.
Hey, Sanchez, I can share my screen.
Mm-hmm. Let me check my screen, share. You got it.
Share, boom, share. All right. Y'all can see this? Is it sharing?
Oh yeah, you showing up now with the craft and the crescent. Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
All right. So this is, a lot of people don't know nothing about this. This the craft and the crescent, Freemasonry and Black Muslim movement. Go ahead, Sanchez.
Nah, I was sharing you on the end. You good? Go ahead. Do your thing.
Okay. All right. So this is the contents. Marcus Garvey in the UNIA, Noble Drew Ali in the Moorish Science Temple, W.D. Farada in the Nation of Islam. The first thing you have to think is, why will all of them be together in the craft and crescent of Freemasonry and Black Muslim movement? Because they all Masons from the jump. The Nation of Islam underneath Elijah Muhammad and Minister Farrakhan. So I sent this to you, and I had Big Dog send it to you also. It also got the United Nuwabian Nation.
Oh my God!
My bad. Card.
No, I'm just saying this is receipts I need. I've been saying it. Now I got the receipts to prove it with the paperwork, if that's what people need, you know. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
So I just want to go to something real quick. Nation of Islam, United Israel, more Science Temple founded by Noble Ali. So this is where you see the split at between Garvey and Drew Ali. Drew Ali was like, nah, man, it ain't about taking people back to North Africa and all of this shit here, man. You messing around with them Tuskegee people. Dog, you got a lot going on. I'm about to separate myself from you. So this is when the Moorish Science Temple come out. At this time, Master Farad is in the mix of this too. He disappears. When he disappeared, this is when Elijah Muhammad starts the Muslim, the Black Muslim with an O. All of this is documented right here in this. So the Order of Freemasonry is the grandfather of all fraternal organization. That's a dagger. That's a dagger. Yes.
I've been telling them that the Panhellenic Council, all of the frats and sororities come from the Freemasons.
Facts. In order to be an AME preacher, you have to go through schooling through an AME historical black college or whatever like that. But you're going to go to an AME schooling college and you coming out as a Greek fraternity. You coming out in the fraternity.
But you know what's so contradictory about this, what was a red flag to me years ago, is that to going to most of your Pan-Africans are Greeks. And that was so crazy to me. Like, how are you a voice of Africa for black people, but the people who monopolize in this dialogue of Africanism are all Greek laddered fraternity? Like, what it made me start going into what's the connection between the Greeks and Pan-Africanism, and it led me all the way to Freemasonry in Egypt and all of that. And I see that's where your paper is at too. Damn, man. We together on me and you could really make some viral content, bro.
You got your Knights Templar. They got your Knights Templar right there. Note the picture above of Marcus Garvey is a similar uniform of the Knights Templar. So everything you was hitting on. That's why I was trying to get this to you. Like, yo, let me go ahead and back up what you're saying. Like, you ain't saying nothing wrong. You ain't saying nothing wrong.
This is so crazy, though.
I sent this to you, bro. And this, your black Moabites, all this now. So this is where your Aboriginal comes out of, too. Out of the MSTA. And let's thank Taj Tariq Bey for being on the Unscrambled Minds on my sister's show for saying that.
Hey, shout out to them for having him on there for sure. I ain't even. So hold up, Taj Tariq Bey was on over there with Dulcinea and them on Unscrambled.
Yeah. So Sister Freedom is a more by bloodline, literally by bloodline. All right.
I got to go. You got the link to that? I'm gonna go check it out. Yeah.
Yeah. You can go. Man, them sisters love you over there, bro. Trust me. Dulcinea, them love you over there, man. Sister Freedom and Dots, them, they love you over there, bro. Anytime you ready. But yeah, so her mama was one of the ones that went to the United Nations. Her mom and her aunt them that went to the United Nations. So when you talk to her, bro, you getting firsthand info of this is what you will see your Washitas before they even got incorporated with the Moorish Science Temple.
Yeah.
Before it became the Washita. Oh, I'll let them break that down for you. But here you go right here. This is your nationality and identification card for the Moorish Science Temple and the birthrights for the Moors, Americans, etc. We honor the divine prophets, Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, and Confucius. May the blessings of the God of our Father Allah be upon you that you carry this card. I do hereby declare that you are a Muslim. See the O right there, bro?
Yeah.
Look where it's coming from. The same place where gangland started at.
That shit actually looked like a 0 versus an O, but yeah. But
right.
I feel you, yeah.
So all of this is starting in the same area. That's why I tell you, yes, the gangs, them, that what they called, dog, they was only to protect their community. So shout out to the Four Brothers. Some of the first. Shout out to them Egyptians, and shout out to the Vice Lords, some of the first. Shout out to Willie Lloyd, who had just as much businesses as Farrakhan out there in them wild 20s during the same time. You know what I mean? Yeah, so all of them was connected with people of European descent. So I want to get into this part because I want to show you that all of them was underneath the seat of all of them was Garveyites. And when I show you this, reason why I'm showing you this is because now we really got to look at Elijah another way, because if you already knew who Malcolm was, why would you set them up for a downfall?
Because I believe Malcolm had wanted to go on this rogue agenda outside of the brotherhood, outside of the, you know. See, to me, I think that ultimately all black brotherhoods sell out to capitalism. And you got to understand, like, and put yourself in these. The reason I say this is this, right? And I'm gonna sum up my statement so I can throw it back to you, because I think you still going on here. But I believe that the gangs, the fraternities, all of these black brotherhoods in our communities that's under these religious umbrella of Abrahamic faiths, I believe that ultimately they were international black people's, basically like a military, a nation, to protect our intellectual property and assets. So if you look at what the gangs are doing today, what the NOI and all them are doing today, they are basically kind of policing the music industries, the sports, the outlet, all of the places we see black people thriving in these industries with small hats. We don't run none of this stuff, but the gangs is like, these organizations are like the gateway in between the talent and the devil who's cutting the contracts. And it's kind of like, if it wasn't that way today in a natural state, how it all would have been was black people becoming an independent nation, and we would have needed some kind of force to protect our masters, our labels. Remember when Irv Goddard and them tried to start their own distributing label? What happened to them? See, we got a lot of intellectual wealth and like ideas and talent, even in fashion, but we don't have nothing to protect it. That would be our gangs and all that, but that's being ran. They all sold out to the small hats because they got indebted to them, or even the leaders in organizations. So I'm gonna
no longer gatekeeping.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I think gatekeeping is a plus in some aspects.
It was supposed to be a plus.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I'm cutting you off. No, I just had that hit. You said like gatekeeping being a plus, because we got to control who we let in our shit or not. That's what FBA going through now.
Correct. And
It
this
wasn't.
is what we need to teach our youth. If we had taught the youth when they started this new style of rapping and hip hop, if we had taught them how to gatekeep that, they would have started their own industry.
That's what, see, and we don't even start industries no more because we can't protect them. We know if we started that, the small hats gonna end up with it. So we just say, fuck it, let us join their industries and be a good nigga making it to the top of their shit. Like,
right. And a lot of them brothers, I don't knock. They trying to get their family into a better situation, and it's quick, and they doing something that they love. So it ain't illegal. So I don't knock some of them brothers, but you know what I mean? Some things we got to understand, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But check this out right here. Elijah Muhammad becoming a driving force and a spiritual leader of the NOI after the disappearance of Farad. Elijah Muhammad himself had been a Freemason and a member of the ancient Egyptian nobles of the mystic shrine. That would be the beginning of your Moorish Science Temple of America. All of them was in the Detroit area. But he later dropped his membership from both organizations. Throughout his career, the messenger of Allah. So now you the messenger of Allah. After you done been up underneath people now you the messenger of Allah. And Master Farad gone, who was your teacher.
You know what's so...
Many of his teachers and theologies centered on Freemasonry.
Bro, it's so deep. No, I'm just saying this is deep because it's confirming that you can't make it to the leader of these religious organizations without going through the Masonic orders. But yeah, go ahead. TD Jakes too, go ahead.
Right. So the messenger of Allah, his teachings and his theology centered on Freemasonry. One of his speeches entitled A True Mason. Mr. Muhammad seems to unsure of how he really feels about Freemasonry. He states, never has any so-called American Negro been taught by a white people to believe in Almighty God? So he's letting you know that a white person taught him about Almighty God.
And listen, you can't become a Freemason if you don't believe in God. You can't become one.
You can't become one.
Yeah. So, and that's because it's all tied together under the Abrahamic faiths, which is why I was telling people we live in a theocracy. That's why the president swear in on the King James Bible, which is what the Masons use.
You can't be a Mason without being a Hindu, bro.
But hold on a second. Let me go into why I'm saying this real quick. The reason you can't be a Mason without participating, when they say you can't be a Mason without having a God, it's because even in modern Hinduism, it's part of Abrahamic faith because they worship Krishna, and that is another form of Jesus. But check this out, right? All of these different faiths got infiltrated by small hats. When the small hats took over every land, they took over all the spiritual systems, and they panned everybody back to the goat of Mendez, which is Uncle Sam or the Baphomet, and everyone worshiping that deity in their own custom tongue or custom way. But here's what I wanted to say, and I'll yield right here. It's so deep, man, because manifest destiny is the whole thing we got to keep in mind here. The reason in Freemasonry you can't be a Mason without believing in God is because it's the will of God that the Bible is carrying out. And the will of God is that black people is at the bottom, white children of Israel, Jews is at the top. See, if you don't believe in God, you don't believe in manifest destiny. If you don't believe in God, you don't believe in that the small hats have been given permission by God to rule the whole world. And the Masonic, it's the Zionist agenda. And so the Masons are basically a group of men that are contracted by this religious order to sell the mentality or indoctrination to their people that would allow them to be taken over and exterminated with no resistance. And how they do it is they say, listen, we know your world falling apart. We know you going through hell. We know you suffering. We know that taxes is getting higher, but your job ain't paying you that much. We know that you want to kill yourself sometime thinking of how you're going to make it, some of you. But guess what? It's all God's plan. Now think about that. All the evil in the world, some people telling y'all that's the will of God. And that's why the Bible say they the synagogue of Satan. Because the true Christians told the truth that the evil in this world is being carried out by the devil. But the devils, when you ask these devils, how come so much evil in the world? They say that's God's will. God wanted you to be a slave because you turned away from God. But yet you ain't a slave and you turned away from God. See, the people that know that they the damn devil, they blaming all the evil on God. And they got the world believing them. That's the sad part. They got your mama, daddy, auntie, grandma saying, yeah, God diseasing that little baby. God want that little baby to suffer, but he want that rich man to prosper. That's God's will. And these are the religious groups that sell us that manifest destiny doctrine. Let me turn it over to the brother.
Oh, hell no, you cooking. I just want to put the title up there because, I know how you go. You sauce it up. You know what I mean? I know how you go. You cooking.
Yeah, that's why.
Said, man,
yeah.
Everything you've been saying is agreeable, dog. And you said you've been coming off the fly just from your research and your study. So you done came to this overall understanding of this and you came up with that understanding. I'm just showing you, bro, that your understanding is hidden. That's all I'm showing you.
Yeah, I came to all of my conclusions through deductive reasoning. Even people that listen to what I say about Hinduism and how it got infiltrated by the Dalai Lamas and all that, I have real Hindus came on my show like, bro, how do you know so much about our shit? Like, it's because I know what this same group is doing around the world to everyone's ancestors and original cultures.
Don't you know that's really is Islam, bro? Now let me break. I know you probably say, man, what you mean? That's really Islam, bro. Islam is Hinduism, Judaism, and Kemetism all in one.
And that syncretism. Instead of me saying I'm a Muslim, I say I'm a syncretist. But what you're saying is original Islam is about syncretism. It's
Correct.
about that's
Correct.
crazy.
Correct. It came out to try to prove, you know what I mean, to try to prove the Bible wrong for one, you know what I mean, or not try to prove it wrong, but to clean it up. Because remember now, before the Quran came out, you didn't have no outside sources of the Bible. So when the Quran came out, that's when you start seeing these apocryphas pop up, where they start talking about the life of these people. See, that's what the apocryphas about. They just tell you the life of these people. You know what I'm saying? So that's just like the Quran. The Quran don't tell you about the life about Muhammad. Like me and my brother was talking about. You got to go into the Surah, I think, in order to find out about Muhammad.
And this is so deep because my whole thing about Muslims was not really with Muslims. It was more so with like the Nation of Islam. But it's so crazy. Me growing up in hip hop culture, I saw artists that were Nation of Islam, but then like for example, like Philadelphia Freeway. Remember when Freeway, when The Rock was winning with state property? Like Freeway, Beanie Siegel, all them niggas, what they did for me, I'ma just speak for me. They introduced me to this new type of black Muslim because I ain't gonna lie. My only concept of a black Muslim was a nigga in a bow tie. But then I started seeing these other kind of black Muslims with big ass beards and they dressed in like niggas from the Middle East and shit, you know? And I wonder, like, that's what I want to ask you. What's the difference between like a Muslim that we see in Philadelphia somewhere with a big beard and like he dressed like a real Muslim in the Middle East versus like a dude with a perm and a bow tie? Like, what happened there? How you get these two different kind of Muslims? Like, I know you kind of going into that, but that was something I always wondered too. What happened with the Philly niggas?
That's when you get your circle. That's when the Circle 7 Quran and stuff. So you heard of God bodies, right?
Yeah.
Those will be your poor righteous teachers. People like Freeway, them boys. They come out, they go around preaching the truth to try to them be the ones that first came out and say, yeah, 85% of us know what's going on, 10% of us them, and then 5% of y'all, or 85% of us done deaf and blind. Oh, however that story go. But the poor righteous teachers, who we would call today our Moors, these are the ones that went around, you know, God bodies. We will try to, you know, the Moors also did the same thing as them, like going around telling you like, yo, this is what really going on and shit like this. I call them poor righteous teachers. You remember that rap group?
Yep.
Remember the message they was kicking out. Your boys, what was your other boys? Them the clan, oh shit.
Was it man, I think I know who you about to say. The rap group that
to the east, my brother, to the east.
Yeah.
Them boys there. All of them boys.
It ain't X Clan, is it?
X Clan, yes.
X Clan, yeah, X Clan.
Yes.
I thought it was, yeah.
Remember, Pop flipped out on them because they was Black Panthers. But underneath the Nation of Islam. He flipped out on them because they wasn't doing nothing. Remember, Pop came to the kids and some shit when they was there. He was like, "Yeah, y'all motherfuckers dressing fancy, but y'all ain't doing shit." They hide that. They hide that shit. But anyway, but yeah, because you know his mama was high up. You know what I'm saying? And he come from Matula, and y'all motherfucker representing Matula, and y'all ain't doing what he. Man, cool out. I got the money to back y'all. Why y'all ain't doing nothing? Pop flipped out on them. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so these different factions ended up because they started mixing the Bible with the Quran and teaching it. This is where your Nuwapian and this is where all these offshoots come out. Motherfuckers start mixing all kind of religious books.
You know what's so deep about this? This is what I was telling them. The neo-pagan era was an amalgamate. People keep saying open to knowledge. A lot of woke folks will say during the end of days, or what they call the future times where we in now with the New World Order agenda, they say, look, they gonna blend all the religions together to make a one world religion. And what you saying is showing the whole mechanisms of how that's gonna happen based upon it being through your black leaders at the bottom.
But it'll never work. But it'll never work. You see where we at now, right? They've been trying to do this. Remember the whole thing about the Bible. Remember, the God said, "Don't believe in no other gods but me." The Quran said, "Don't believe in no other gods but me." Hinduism, believe in all this spiritual shit. You know what I mean? And the
but
Hinduism.
See, that's what I'm saying about with the
It'll never work. It'll never work.
Here's what I'm saying. Abrahamism is a new religion that blended all of the ancient systems into one, and it was happening in the 60s and 70s with hip hop coming, neo-paganism, Bambaataa. I'm gonna show you why, right? I'm gonna show you why. It's all about manifest destiny and telling the people who at the bottom, God put you there versus the devil put you there and you're a God. So we the people who at the forefront of all these groups, they like to use words like God, body, nations of gods and earth, but gods don't worship gods, but they all will be worshiping Allah and Jesus. And the people who really know that we gods, we ain't on our knees waiting on them to save us. But see, you will have a lot of these groups, right? They'll be on some God talk. But I'm like, bro, quit calling yourself a God if you got a damn savior. You're a servant. You're a nigga that's waiting on a God. Gods don't wait on motherfucker. That's what I'm saying about the false Islam. Because in the real Islam, I am self-law and master. You can't call yourself a master of your own reality and you looking for a sky daddy to solve your problems. So my whole thing was, hold on a second. Yeah, so my whole thing was, you can't say we're a nation of gods, but you on your knees. You're a nation of servants. And that's what I meant about it usurped the real shit. Our people were saying, look, we all we got. If we don't do something about our problem, we in trouble. And the fake leaders came along and said, no, let's wait on God. We don't got to do nothing about it, and took us right back to church. And with that being said, I got the end right here, but we will be continuing this. I actually got to get out of here right now. But yeah. We're gonna show up and make this a regular thing with this topic though.
All right,
real talk,
man. Bet. I hope y'all's read this highlighted part right here, man.
You can read it before we get out of here for sure. You can take them home on that one.
Okay, all right, bet. On the higher organizations, or we say masonry, he goes on the state, and they continuing on from Elijah Muhammad. In the Masonics, there is little teachings at the top, mostly of this particular order that mentions the teachings of Almighty God, Allah. But you have to pay a lot of money to become a 33-degree Mason. Therefore, you are an absolute victim, as Isaiah teachings. Why is an Islamic person mentioning somebody out, a prophet out the Bible? All right. If you know the Bible, you know the Quran. I'll tell you like that. That you buy, that which do not bring you any gain. To buy that kind of teaching does not gain you hereafter. For these two statements, one will conclude that Mr. Muhammad first believed that the only way to understand Islam is through the highest degrees of masonry. Then he states that masonry will not get you to the hereafter. And later he states a mason cannot be as good as a mason unless he knows the Holy Quran. And I'll stop right there. This
And we're going to continue this
book that makes you a mason. But I sent it to you. You got it, bro.
Okay.
I appreciate you, man. And I appreciate everybody for letting me go on, man. It's always a blessing with you.
Oh yeah, we'll be back to do it again. Appreciate y'all, and we up out of here. Appreciate the panel. Salutes. Thank you everyone that sent in super chats and all that good stuff. And salutes to all of the people who sent in cash apps, to Sterling Lewis and to Dwayne, to keep doing what you're doing, to Marcus Braxton. Thank you. And the fam, to you and Tanya. Thank you to Stacy Galore. The devil can make anybody a star. Facts. That's facts. Okay, that's everybody. Salutes. Thank y'all all for the cash apps very much. I gotta run. Thank you. Shout out to the Patreons and channel members. We out.